I was the chief advisor to the first privatization of the fertilizer company on there. While we were buying the master on there, something struck me. 98% of the raw materials for fertilizer production is natural gas, nitrogen. And we have gas abundant in the southeast. Nigeria has gas reserve of 206 trillion standard cubic feet. Over 40% of it is between Abia, Imo, and Anambra State. While I was in the bank, in Oceanic Bank, ahead of investment banking, I saw clearly there were many gas wells that were capped. And I brought a group from Philadelphia. What was the plan? For us to set up 100,000 tons capacity fertilizer plant in Imo State. We wasted our money, traveled out, assembled a technical team, handed them over to the governor. What the governor did was simple to see how he can steal the project. And then went to do a caricature version of it from Cambodia. Till today, there is no fertilizer plant in Imo State.
Hello. It's 5:30 p.m. in Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. It is 10 days before Christmas. Our guest on today's 90 Minutes Africa is a distinguished investment banker and development economist. Here is a profile.
Demonstrated sparkling excellence in all his academic pursuit. He is an accomplished investment banker, world-acclaimed economist, and a bullish entrepreneur. He is a highly passionate advocate of the Southeast development, with an unshaken belief in the capacity of the region to be the manufacturing and agro hub of the nation. His name is Obiaraeri Onyeka Nnaemeka. Born in his hometown of Amagwu Ihube Autonomous Community, Okigwe local government area in Imo State on October 10th, 1972, the young Nnaemeka had his primary and post-primary education in the beautiful city of Owerri, attending St. Teresa Primary School, Samuel Nyamanze Memorial Primary School, and Emmanuel College. Obiaraeri demonstrated his academic prowess at the Kaduna State Polytechnic, graduating as the best student in the 1995 National Diploma class in Accounting and Finance. At the Abia State University, Uturu, he also graduated at the top of his faculty with a Bachelor of Science in Banking and Finance. He holds an MSc in Corporate Governance from Leeds Metropolitan University in the United Kingdom. Obiaraeri is a financial engineer and a consummate investment banker. A fellow of the Chartered Institute of Credit Administration, Obiaraeri is a recipient of several awards for his professional work and community service. His vast experience span across various major financial institutions, including as head, capital market, and research of Legacy Guardian Express Bank, now Heritage Bank, head, project finance and private equity funds management of Oceanic Bank, now EcoBank, pioneer head, corporate finance and private equity management at Bank PHB, now Keystone Bank, and lots more. He is currently the managing director/CEO of Taurus Capital and Advisory Services Limited. He also sits in the board of various organizations, both within and outside Nigeria. Obiaraeri, whose banking exploits earned him the moniker Emeka Banking, also ventures in and out of partisan politics in a bid to realize his vision for the Southeast region. In 2015, he contested for the Imo State House of Assembly to represent the Okigwe constituency under the platform of APGA. He also ran as the deputy governorship candidate of the United Progressives Party, UPP, in the 2018 Imo State election. The UPP governorship candidate described Obiaraeri as a man who has distinguished himself and championed a lot of investments across the length and breadth of this country, and he is a trainer administrator. Obiaraeri Onyeka Nnaemeka is also a passionate philanthropist. He has supported widows by providing shelter and clothing for them. He has donated vehicles to women groups, clergy, and educational institutions to ease transportation. Dr. Obiaraeri has provided transformers for rural electrification for various communities in Okigwe local government area. He also provides business grants to youths, women, and artisans. His bursary and scholarship scheme has given succor to many students in their educational pursuit. When he speaks of development in the Southeast, he exudes passion. That burning passion is what drives him to continue to provide innovative solutions to the developmental challenges facing the region and Nigeria in general.
All right, we're honored to welcome to the show Dr. Nnaemeka Obiaraeri. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
It's wonderful to have you on this beautiful Sunday, and a lot of our audience have been waiting for this day when we will have you on the show. Thank you so much for being here. Let's start the way we start this show, which is to look at what's happening across the continent and across Africa. And sometimes we talk about the world as it is. Let me start with the United Kingdom, where we've been having a back and forth between our Vice President Shettima and the leader of the opposition in the UK, Kemi Bedok. So let me ask you, what is your take on what's going on?
For me, Kemi is a heroine. Kemi is one lady that is bold. In fact, I see in her a Margaret Thatcher in the making. And if you look at her political trajectory, especially with her husband, you will see clearly, just like how Margaret evolved with her own husband. She's one fearless woman who is not afraid to talk about issues many cover away cowardly from. There's nothing Kemi said that is not 100% the absolute truth. And I find this so disingenuous and pity that the Vice President of Nigeria, who is presiding over a country that stands today as the most impoverished country in the whole world, in fact, is the poverty headquarters of the whole world, a country that sits in the same place with Afghanistan and Yemen as the most terrorized country in Africa, a country that has over 20 million kids out of school, a country that has such price and forex instability never seen before in the history of Nigeria. A country, despite all the calamities that have befallen this country, these people still had guts. VP Shettima and the Wike had the guts to build for themselves 10 million pounds worth mansions. Oshimanja was vice president for 8 years. These guys are not homeless and destitute. Yet, despite all the calamities upon Nigeria, these guys still did what they did. They don't care about the masses. So, you know, for him to have even gone to the extent of pitifully asking Kemi to change his name because Kemi stated the truth that he is not willing to stomach is very, very petty. And I say to anybody who cares to this, there's nothing Kemi said that is not the truth. Kemi is not Yoruba because he bears Kemi. I have a son, an only son, who bears the name Boluwatiwi. He bears the name because I wanted to name him as the Lord has spoken. And I just looked at different languages. The one that will not make it to be long was Yoruba version, Boluwatiwi. And I named him Boluwa. He was born in Lagosian. That he bears Boluwatiwi does not make him a Yoruba man. He's an Igbo man to the core because his father is is an Igbo man born to Igbo ancestry. In fact, my grandfather was not born a Nigerian. My grandfather was born in 1910. He was not born as a Nigerian. Kemi was born British. Kemi only came into Nigeria as a teenager. You know, the usual Nigerian African thing. Let's send our children back home so I don't lose their roots. Kemi grew up as a Britisher. The only link Kemi has with Nigeria is because her parents were born Nigerian. So first of all, she is a Nigerian because her parents were born Nigerian. But the truth that the ancestry is Yoruba, and she can trace her Yoruba-ness 400 years, unlike her Nigerian-ness that is just started in 1914, because one Flora Shaw and her boyfriend decided to couple up a name for a geographical entity that sits at 923,000 square kilometers. They left the substance of the matter and began to attack her personality, to begin to attack. There is nothing Kemi said that is not at the root of the matter. She simply brought to the fore the corruptions in Nigeria by the political. Let me tell you something that people don't understand. For the past 10 years, Kemi has been at the center of the British politics. By her privileged position as leader of the Tory, Kemi is privileged to have information that most of us do not have. And I know Kemi sits back. She came to Nigeria, has some ugly experiences. And I'm sure Kemi sits back and she sees most of this political class coming to Britain, buy mansions, buy properties, stash away millions and billions in bank accounts. And of course, she's privy to it. And she sees these same guys who are so selfish and so wicked to stash away the billions of naira, dollars out of Nigeria. Talk about patriotism. And so when she raised the issue, if we are sincere as a people, all I expected people, somebody like Shetima and the rest of them, who have been part of the privileged gang for the last 25 years, is estimated over $200 billion have been shepherded out of Nigeria. All I expected them to do is to be sober, to reflect at the issues that she has raised and addressed it soberly, rather than grandstand in pseudo-patriotism that does not exist. Because I am aware that if Kramer, the Prime Minister of Britain, and Kemi were to be the Prime Minister, and Britain is today in the same position as Nigeria, they will not even reason for anybody to tell them they want to build £10 million mansion for them, or for them to buy 19-year-old rickety aircraft as a presidential jet for $150 million. You know, everything Kemi said is true. She raised the issue of police brutality and police extorting from Nigerians. And they say she is trying to demarket Nigeria. There is nothing Femi spoke to that we have not expressed. I give you an example. You mentioned the fact that I am very bullish about agro development in the southeast of Nigeria and in the southwest and south-south. I am very bullish on the fact that for us to create an all-inclusive prosperity, we must relive and re-adopt the visions of Dr. Nnaemeka Onyeka Obiaraeri, a medical doctor who between 1959 and 1966 built the fastest growing economy in the whole of the Commonwealth and did over 214-kilometer industrial belt. Most of the legacy projects he did, from palm plantations to cashew plantations to rubber plantations to cocoa plantations, are still in existence till today. Some of the road he built in a place called a rail settlement are still standing. So one of the things we was to set up, and we lost money over the last 6 years. We decided to start building agro parks in fenced and gated environments. One of the projects I have in Ibadan, I sent one of my staff from a Benue boy from Ibadan to go to Okibe to pick a motorcycle that will aid his job in Ibadan. He took the motorcycle, put it in the Abia line, en route to a Lagos then to Ibadan. He was stopped at Okpara Square in Umuahia by a team of policemen who claimed to be from CPS Umuahia. The guy showed them all the documentations of the vehicle. They said the original owner of the vehicle. They started talking about of trash. They held the guy at gunpoint. By around 8:30 p.m. in the night, the guy called me and I took the phone. I introduced myself. I even told the policeman that the Southeast Farm, which I chair, is a PPP company owned even 10% by the other state government. I even told that if he mentions my name to even his bosses, that they will identify me. I told him that we bought the machine to aid, but that they should allow the boy go. They refused. They confiscated the machine, and the boy walked away. But when I saw the boy was traumatized, and this boy, I took permission from his people for him to go to the east. To avoid complication, I told him, leave that with the machine. We'll sort it out. Find your way back to Ibadan. As I'm talking to you, 15 days after, that machine has not been found. My younger brother who purchased the machine have been moving from one police station to another, seeking to see where they kept that motorcycle. This is criminal gunpoint extortion of somebody's property at this level. And we have similar stories everywhere. Why do we even have answers in 2020? What we should be thinking about that if Kemi said his brother was robbed, and I have similar experience just 15 days ago, and Nigerians are replete with similar stories. I have a factory in Maraba that produces and mills rice. Anytime my truck leaves Abuja, once it gets to Nsukka, you will see from Nsukka to Owerri, there was a time they took almost 545,000 naira from my drivers. It's all manner of criminal checkpoints or the other. These are germane issues that patriotic leaders should be thinking about. Between 1960 and 1966, you could enter a night vehicle, indicating 911 at Rumigbo, and drive all night to Pambegwa in Kaduna State. Nobody will molest you, nobody will kidnap you. Nigeria was secure. No policeman will stop you on the road, no military checkpoint will extort money from you. That was 1960 to 1966, when we had selfless and patriotic leaders who are willing to lay down their lives for the people. Today, the political class do not care about the welfare of the people. They are not empathetic, they are not sympathetic. They see political office as avenue to show up their sagging economic life. That is why you will see somebody who was a tout become local government chairman, later became governor, and today they are billionaires. They never had any record of any private sector accomplishment. They never worked in any sort of environment. Their only career path is political office, where they loot and share and drink 40-year Glenfiddich. In the First Republic, we had men like Sir Louis Odimegojuku, who was reputed to be the wealthiest man in Africa. He was chairman of 15 topmost corporations in Nigeria. He went to parliament not because he was going to hunt MDAs to make money. He went to parliament because he wanted to contribute his wealth of experience in policy making, in program development to build Nigeria. That was why one day he was harangued on the floor of the parliament. He packed his files and he left. Today, what we have, remember in 2003, when a former DIG who was in the Senate said that 65% of those who were in the Senate were men he tried either for drug offenses, for 419, and for corruption. These are the kind of human beings that we have. And I expect them, when such germane issue that Kemi has raised comes to the fore, to humbly and meekly accept the mistakes and admit the errors, and then find a ways of providing solution to the problem. Trying to hire social media artists to go from Twitter to Facebook, trying to attack and impugn the character of a heroine is not the way to go. And I can tell you the truth, Kemi has stoked a fire that is not dying soon. And each and every one of us who are true patriots must stand solidly behind Kemi. And in fact, what Kemi has started is actually what everybody should be thinking about. Nigeria today is not working because we practically operate a physical structure that is so unitary and quasi-unitary arrangement that only embodies and empower criminals in place of power. We need to evolve back. Before Nigeria became independent in 1960, our forebears, Amadu Bello, Tafawa Balewa, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, Sadana of Sokoto, all of them, they had summits and conferences. They knew that Nigeria as a place is what it diversifies people, and they built up a constitutional framework that recognized our diversities and harnessed our strengths. For Nigeria to move forward, I can tell you of a truth. What Kemi has done is a fire that we must embrace. We need to go back today to rejig. In fact, if Nigeria is a place where people are, majority of us are reasonably thinking, what the National Assembly should do is to go back and pick up the 1963 Constitution, dust it, only change the geographical expression from 3 regions or 4 regions to 6 regions, and implement the same constitutional resource production, control, and governance framework, so that each of the constituent units will look inward. Whatever they produce, they take 50%, pay 30% to the center, and 20% to the federal government. Then we will reduce the exclusive list to what we used to have within those periods to external affairs and international relationship and security of the external borders of Nigeria. That is the only way we can. But if you see anybody today in Nigeria lambasting Kemi, and you know, they say Kemi is an ethnic bigot. Kemi is not an ethnic bigot. There is nothing ethnic bigotry in what Kemi said. Kemi acknowledged his ancestry. I said to anybody who can listen, I am firstly unapologetical and Igbo man before being a Nigerian. And I say it again, my grandfather was not born a Nigerian. And if I'm to trace back to my grandfather, I will tell you, I am first Igbo man. And that is the truth. The more we try to shut down avenues for robust and honest discussions on the way forward for Nigeria, the worse it will continue to be. The truth is, Kemi is a heroine that every right-thinking Nigerian, every true patriotic Nigerian, every sincere and honest Nigerian should embrace and give a good hug. She has had a discussion that we must all not shy away and run away from.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nnaemeka. Let me play a video of the reaction of the Vice President and then get your take on some of the things he said. Let's watch.
Facebook. The co-founder of Facebook was Eduardo Luis Sabirin, born in Sao Paulo, Brazil, of Jewish Brazilian ancestry. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, was a migrant from South Africa. He owns SpaceX and now X, formerly Twitter. I can name names. Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, is worth over $30 billion. He's of Russian background. Rupert Murdoch, the chief executive of News Corp, is of Australian descent. Madeleine Albright, who became the United States Secretary of State, was of Czech origin. Steve Chen, the co-founder of YouTube, is originally from Taiwan. Immigrants build nations and immigrants build civilizations. One of the men in the front seat here has a thriving business in Namibia. He lived in Australia for over a decade, adding value to the Australian economy. Hence, there is a need for us to respect and cherish immigrants. Migrants are the source of life in all societies. Rishi Sunak, the former British Prime Minister, is originally from India. A very brilliant young man. He never denigrated his nation of ancestry, nor poured venoms on India. Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the British Labour or Conservative Party. We are proud of her, in spite of her efforts at denigrating her nation of origin. She is entitled to her own opinions. She has even every right to remove the Kemi from her name. But that does not underscore the fact that the greatest black nation on earth is the nation called Nigeria. 1 out of every 3-4 black men is a Nigerian. And by 2050, Nigeria will surpass the United States, will be the 3rd most populous nation on earth. 1 out of every 3 black men will be a Nigerian.
All right. He said towards the end that the greatest black nation on earth is Nigeria. Do you agree?
The most populous black nation, home to the poorest people on planet Earth, in majority. The most terrorized country in Africa is Nigeria. Nigeria is not the greatest black African nation. Let us stop deceiving ourselves. What are the indicators to indicate greatness? Can we look at it? From the economic point of view, we are not the greatest. We are not even top 3 in Africa. South Africa tops us in terms of economy as the biggest economy in Africa. 60 million people, annual revenue of $126 billion. 228 million people in Nigeria, annual revenue of barely $60 billion. GDP per capita of about $1,100. South Africa, about $6,000. In terms of military strength, we're not even among the top 3 in Africa. We are the only country we have the highest population of out-of-school kids. He talks about population as if it's an achievement. That we breed children we cannot send to school. 20 million out of school. For record purposes, the number of out-of-school kids in 2015 by UNESCO record was 10.5 million. Under this government of Buhari and the current government, that number had doubled from 10 million to 20 million. What is Shetima talking about? And then Shetima cited, Rishi Sunak never talked about India. Have you seen India's renaissance over the last 10-15 years? Do you see where India is today? Look at where India was 15 years ago. Even 10 years ago when Modi became prime minister. And see where India is today. And the giant stride they've made. Why would any same person talk down on a country that is moving forward? Why would Elon Musk talk down on South Africa that has not regressed? Minimum wage in South Africa is about 31,000 naira. Minimum wage in Nigeria is about $23. What are we talking about here? He talked about the other country, people from Taiwan. Is Taiwan a third world country? Look at Singapore. 1 out of every 50 Singaporean is a millionaire in dollar. As of 1965, Nigeria was ahead of Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, even South Korea. Go and check the records. As of 1960, Nigeria GDP was $4.2 billion. South Korea was $3.9 billion. As of 1970, Nigerian GDP was $12.2 billion. South Korea was $9.2 billion. As of 1980, our GDP to that of South Korea was at par. Today, South Korean GDP is $1.63 trillion. Nigerian GDP had moved down from $554 billion in 2015 under Jonathan to $252 billion, and it's still going down. What is Shetima talking about? Today, South Korea will glibly call the whole of Africa to South Korea, Nigeria, Africa Summit. Because Nigeria has failed Africa because of men like Shetima who have refused to acknowledge, who are still grandstanding in emptiness. What are we talking about here? Nigeria is the only country. Look at Singapore. What did Singapore do? As of 1965, Singapore was kicked out of mainland Malaysia. The people of mainland Malaysia saw Singapore as a strip of 721 square miles land surrounded by ocean. That will be
all right. The connection is lost, but our guest he's still here, and I hope I'm sure he will rejoin us, and we are going to have a very wonderful conversation. We brought him here to talk about the economic policies of
can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. We lost you for a moment. We
can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. Yeah, we lost you for a moment.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yeah, you can hear
As of 1965, Singapore was like a pariah state, hopelessly at loss. One thing I heard, they had good leadership. Literacy level in Singapore in 1965 was 57%. The first thing they did was to build national integration. The Malaya to one thing. They are Singaporeans first before the ethnic. Then they base everything on merit. Ethnicism and all manner of clannishness to become the order of the day. From 1967 to 2005, Singapore built their literacy level from 57% to over 98%. Today in Nigeria, the literacy level is so low. We have 20 million kids out of school. I expect people like Shetima, who was governor of Borno State for 8 years.
We're having internet problems. I'm sorry, guys. And all right, can you hear me? I'm not sure.
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, all right, go ahead. We lost you for a moment again. Go ahead.
You know, the problem with the average Nigerian person is that they are very arrogant in their thinking. They have this how will I put it? They have this image of themselves that is out of sync with reality. The average Nigerian person do not see themselves as servants, just like Ahmadu Bello, just like Obafemi Awolowo, just like Desamu Mbakwe, just like Michael Oba. The average Nigerian person today sees themselves as emperors nobody can talk to. Look at, if I am to review and dissect everything he said, it will blow back to his face. Kemi is 44 years old, and Kemi is poised to become the next prime minister of Britain. How many 44-year-old girls in Nigeria, ladies in Nigeria, can be in the place Kemi is today? How many 44-year-old men in Nigeria can be in the same place Kemi to this.
Go ahead.
So the truth is, rather than stand in emptiness, you know, 2050, Nigeria will become the third most populous nation in the whole world. See the kind of parameters these guys are using to measure the strength and the worth of a nation. I expect Shetima to tell us that by 2027, Nigeria will have $1 trillion sized economy. That's they promised us. I expect Shetima to tell us by 2027, the number of out of school kids will come down to 1 million. I expect Shetima to tell us by by middle of 2025, we will destroy Boko Haram, unknown gunmen, ISWAP, and make Nigeria a 24/7 secure place. I expect Shetima to tell us today, in Nigeria today, we have
We just have to bear with you have to bear with us. The internet connection is bad, and it's coming from Nigeria. I'm sure it's not from New York. So we'll figure it out. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you, Dr. Nnaemeka. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Dr. Nnaemeka, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. I expect Shetima to tell us that today in Nigeria, by World Bank indicator, anybody earning anything less than $64.50 is living under extreme poverty. Today in Nigeria, that is equivalent to 110,000 naira. I can bet a finger over 197 million Nigerians live under poverty. The NDIC did an audit, and they stated clearly that out of the over 116 to 138 million bank accounts in Nigeria, only about 0.4% has up to 500,000 naira balances inside it. We expect Shetima. That's about 243 pounds, which is what a janitor earns in the UK in a day. We expect Shetima to tell us, oh, within the next 3 years, we are going to reduce the poverty level in Nigeria from 197 million to maybe less than 1 million. In Vietnam, 100 million people in a landmass of 330,000 square kilometers. Vietnam has poverty level of less than 0.1%. These are indicators we want Shetima to share with us. We want Shetima to tell us, oh, by the end of the next 1 year, we will have domestic food self-sufficiency. We want Shetima to tell us, oh, by the end of next year, Nigeria will be producing 20 million tons of rice. Nigeria will be exporting over $250 billion worth of agro commodities. I have seen most of them from the north trying to shout down on Kemi. One of the former aides to the president, Bashir Ahmad, was even recollecting, oh, how they wish that the north was the one that was taking care of Nigeria through their agro wealth. And I asked him one simple question. You were an aide to Buhari. Buhari was president for 8 years. He had absolute powers. 95% of his appointments were from the north. Buhari and Emefiele printed 23.5 trillion naira that nobody can account for. $53 billion. If Buhari had taken $30 billion out of the $53 billion that Emefiele printed in naira terms and how enough of them to filter away to invest in building 5,000 agro parks. 5,000 agro parks that will have seen investment of $6 million under what I classify as my unique missions, community, diaspora, private, public, partnership execution architecture. If Buhari had taken 30 billion out of the 53 billion, they printed and filtered away to set up 5,000 agro clusters. Today in Nigeria, Rudolph, we will have over 10 to 20 million jobs created. Today in Nigeria, we'll be generating nothing less than $210 billion from agro products across the agro value chains out of the 5,000 clusters. We will have over 125,000 agro rangers that will be properly trained and equipped and put under national security advisor in such a way that we can destroy banditry and ISWAP and Boko Haram in 3 weeks. But these guys printed 23.5 trillion and squandered it. These guys wasted 11 trillion naira on turnaround maintenance program, on refineries that are not working. A Nigerian, Aliko Dangote, invested $20 billion to build the refinery. These same guys are junketing all over the world to see investment. But the man who invested money, they are not doing anything to support him. And these guys will have the effrontery to stand before the national television and be telling us about. You know what? Patriotism simply means sacrifices. Amadou Bello, Tafa Belowa, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, Desa Mumbakwe, Dr. Michael Okpara will not be alive today, and they will build for themselves a 21 billion naira mansion when they are not homeless in a country in the current parlor state as Nigeria is today. These guys are callously insensitive and they don't want to accept it. What Kemi is saying to them are things the average Nigerians are scared to say. If you say it, they will hunt you, they will torment you, they will want to destroy you. But one thing I've learned, you say the truth, you will die. You don't say the truth, you will die. But I say the truth and die. That's
all right. We basically have to deal with the internet today, and that's one of those things that is the problem we're having with Nigeria.
That's the problem. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. As I'm talking to you, I am using a 5G fiber network, IPNS. You can see the kind of thing we're experiencing. And I'm just praying that they will not take the light. I have my standby generator in case they take electricity. So what are we talking about here? They try as much as possible to vilify Kemi, to paint Kemi in what she is not. What I expected is to humbly sit down. Anytime they should stop parroting this thing that we are the most populous nation. Our population should translate to wealth. China is populous. In 1980, Nigerian GDP was twice that of China. In 1980, China had 739 million poor people. In 1980, China's literacy level was 62%. What did China do? And between 1980 to 2020 or 2005, China exited over 700 million people from poverty. They built up their literacy level to over 97%. Today, China is a mega power. And there's nothing China had done that we cannot do. I say to anybody who cares to listen that there's no country as blessed as Nigeria. Our population should actually be our strength. What expect somebody like Shetima, who is educated, to be okay? What do we allocate to education in our budget? With the current state of education in Nigeria, with the current state of insecurity and illiteracy in Nigeria, I expect somebody like Shetima as the vice president and the head of the economic team in the 2025 budget for them to put 25% expenditure provision for education. I expect people like Shetima to drive an all-inclusive devolution of our security architecture, just like what the Zamfara State governor said. And I said to them, we are where we are today because we have refused to do the right things. We kept on doing the wrong thing. Between 2015 to 2023, Buhari wasted $25 billion as security expenditure. When Buhari became president, his security was narrowed only to the northeast and part of the middle belt. Today, every part of region of Nigeria is infested with all manner of insecurity. And we know of a truth that the current central security architecture is so corrupted and it's not working. And the president of Nigeria, while he was campaigning, said he was going to recruit people into the army. And I said to him, Mr. President, you don't need to recruit 50 million youths. All you need to do is to look back. We had an arrangement that worked for us in 1960-1966. And what was that arrangement? Every security is indigenous. Peter Obi did it in Anambra State. When Peter became governor of Anambra, Anambra was a beehive of criminal activities. Peter knew that to be able to establish security and orderliness in Anambra, he need to hand over security back to the people. Very simple. Every community knows the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the truth is, lawful terror, the ties on lawful terror. Gangs of criminals are terrorists, are cowards. They are only terrorists because they have access to arms and they can intimidate everybody. What did Peter do? Peter went to the 177 autonomous communities leadership and tell them, please, use your hand. You know the criminals in your society. Pick for me 50 of your sons that we are going to train and put them into Anambra Vigilante. Peter called Yado and told Yado, please, send me people to train these guys and give me arms. And then go to the forest where they used to keep kidnappers and destroy those forests. Peter went to the Anambra State House of Assembly, which was 100% opposition House of Assembly, and begged them, and they passed a law. If your house is used to host a kidnapped victim, you will lose it. They will pull it down. If your forest is used to keep a criminal victim, you will lose it. Peter went to Innocent, and Innocent gave him 177 trucks for each of the communities and gave him motorcycles. Peter bought them, the military with the military, they got God. They didn't even have AK-47, it was Shakabula. Each community getted their community. In 6 months, they cleaned up Anambra State. One of the criminals, Anambra, Evans the kidnapper, had to run away from Anambra and go to Festac, Lagos, to establish its headquarters. And for 5 years, Anambra was voted as the most secured state in Nigeria by the IGP. And I said to us, we cannot invent the way. How did we achieve security in the early 60s? Because the regions controlled their security. And I said, Mr. President, today in Nigeria, we have 8,809 electoral ward. The governor of Zamfara State stated the same thing. They know the bandits. They know where they live. They know where they hide. But they don't have the strength to eliminate them. Because even the Central Police and Army is not doing anything about it. We have 8,809 electoral ward. Go to each of the wards, ask the community heads. They know their people. Let them select 100 of their sons. We've done the numbers. It will give us 880,000 agro rangers. In every electoral ward, set up agro clusters between 300 to 1,000 hectares that will produce wealth, and they will protect it about themselves. Go to Innocent, go to North. Innocent and North will give us, in every local government area, they will produce 2 armored personnel carriers and 1 truck that is machine gun mounted. Give them drone and Kenkoso dogs. In the southeast is about 8,000 square kilometers, less than Benue State, the smallest land mass. And I said this thing, give them AK-47, these agro rangers, train them, pay them well, minimum wage of 120,000 naira. Don't put them under the current compromised, corrupt security arrangement. Let us have a tripartite command arrangement. The state commander will be a retired DSS director or a brigadier general or a police commissioner. It will be a tripartite a command under the NSA and the governor and the state commandant. Buy motorcycles for them. And I tell you the truth. If in Okibo local government area where I come from, with 11 wards, you have 1,100 fully trained youths with AK-47, with drones, with 3 armored personnel carriers under their command. No, they've not born the criminal that will do sit at home anywhere in Imo State, in Okigwe. And these guys will protect the agro. Each of the agro clusters can easily give us nothing less than 5 billion naira in every ward. It will cost us $3.75 billion for the capital expenditure and $1.6 billion for the cost expenditure annually. We will set up a security trust fund that people will invest in, and we will charge 22% tax from proceeds of the agro clusters to fund it. The governor of Zamfara State, Dauda, said something very striking. He said, if we have the political will and security is handed over to the people, in 2 weeks, they will clear all the bandits. And if we have security in Nigeria, we will have productivity. If we have education, and we can declare emergency in Nigeria. If the federal government, just like other states, is investing 20% of our national revenue, both earnings and borrowings, on education, in 10 years, this country will be on the path to becoming like South Korea and Singapore. Go and check the top 10 most industrialized countries in the whole world. The top 10 most secured countries in the world are countries that have literacy level of about 98%. Education and knowledge is one of the ways you can empower people against all manner of mental captivity. Most of the recruitment field for Boko Haram, for non-government, are illiterates. Children will refuse to educate. Children will refuse to empower. One of the underlying principles behind our agro revolution in the southeast, we are building clusters in every of the 1, 2, 4 electoral ward. The underlying structure is that if we build clusters where you can have up to 50 to 100 youths in every ward that are earning up to 100K every month, you are practically depopulated the population through which miscreants can hire people that they will use to commit evil. Educate people, either formally or through artisanal training. When you have an educated population that are well empowered, you are halfway towards building a prosperous society. But these guys do not want to do simple things that are simple. All they are busy trying to manipulate this, carry out propaganda. You saw what is happening over the last 2 weeks. Naira has gained over the dollar, and they were clapping. And I laughed. What basically happened was very simple. We know that during Christmas period, our diaspora brothers will come in droves. And most of them come in with dollar cash. They don't come in with transfers. So, of course, it's a simple law of demand and supply. And when the informal market is awash with dollar, Naira will appreciate. And again, at the CBN end, they are intervening with part of the proceeds they got from their borrowings. There is no fundamental physical shift in terms of productivity, in terms of anything to enhance productivity on non-oil export in Nigeria. Today, India signed a 10-year oil purchase agreement with Russia at 500,000 barrels a day. That's a chunk of Nigerian market taken away. We are producing crude oil at a cost of about $40 for $8 per barrel. When we were at a time producing it at $15 per barrel, ask yourself this question, Rudolph. Between 1999, 2004, 3, Obasanjo's first term, go and check the records. Oil prices never moved above $28 per barrel. In fact, when Obasanjo became president, May 29, 1999, a barrel of crude oil was selling for $17.36. Fact check me. How was Obasanjo able to build a foreign reserve of $45 billion, pay off and negotiated and paid off our external debt of $32 billion, did all the reforms that he did, and built an economy that grew at 6.5% per annum, and built up a middle class population of about 4 million people who earn between $110,000 to $190,000 Naira equivalent? Then we had forex stability. How did Obasanjo achieve forex stability? Naira only lost at 8 Naira in 80 of Obasanjo's day. How? Obasanjo understood, based on his former record as president, that the only way you can protect Nigeria is to protect our working capital, which is our oil and gas resources. Obasanjo ensured there was no leakages in the upstream. Obasanjo secured our oil assets across the creeks. Obasanjo wrapped up output from 1.6 million barrels to 2.3 million barrels before I handed over to Yar'Adua. On the downstream sector, Obasanjo stopped leakages. At a time, we had GDP per capita of about $3,000. At a time, we had a 4 million middle class. People were coming in from JP Morgan Chase, from Goldman Sachs, to work here in Nigeria. Investors were trooping in because there was price stability. There was no room for arbitrage and money laundering criminality. Between 1999 to 2007, when Obasanjo handed over, our PMS consumption moved only from 22 million liters to 25, 26, 27 million liters. There was no issue of Ponzi game, where the thing was hovering from 38 million to 66 million to 93 million, and nobody showed the ghost consuming it. No inquest was done. Nothing. It's on record in this. There was a time we were looking for over $10 billion worth of crude oil, and nobody could find it where it was. Today in Nigeria, we proudly, the current GMD of NNPC, proudly and gleefully told us on national television that on a monthly basis, Nigeria lose about $1.9 billion worth of our crude oil to different and inefficiency. That was 3 years ago. The man is still there. If I have a private business, I have a manager who has come openly to announce to me that thieves have been stealing my goods and he cannot stop the thieves from stealing. What do you think I will do? I will not only fire him, I will investigate him. But here in Nigeria, everything is yo. In fact, it's very obvious that what we have in Nigeria is a court of political and corporate elites who have decided and sworn an oath to destroy and impoverish the rest of the Nigerians. And until all of us stand up, honestly, stand before their faces and tell them the truth the way it came in, bad enough, I've told them the truth, they will never change.
All right. We haven't even started. We brought you here for the discussion on the economic policies of Tinubu. You touched on them while you were talking. But before we go back to that, I want to first get your view on the other big issue, the big story out of Nigeria, which is the story of Dele Farotimi, what is going on and how he's being treated by the Nigerian judicial system. And I want to know what you think about that. I'm sure you are following what's going on.
Dele is a prisoner of conscience. Dele is one Nigerian that I'm so proud of. Dele's situation is another manifestation and application of the lawlessness in Nigeria. Defamation is a civil matter. As I am here, if somebody wakes up tomorrow and accused me of this I did not do, what I should do normally under the law is to call my lawyers to, first of all, write a warning, desist letter. And I'll give the person 1 week to retract openly and publicly the libelous statements and the contents. When the person fails to do it, then I can go to court and approach the court for remedies. What you see in Nigeria is the usual thing, the big man thing. You saw the Risco thing. A woman did a review on social media platform of what she bought. She was arrested, detained, she lost her pregnancy, and nothing happened. It's one thing. And unfortunately, the same thing Kemi pointed out, the Nigerian police has yielded itself as the thuggish arm of the Nigerian kind of big men. Every little thing, husband and wife quarrels. Husband has the bigger power. Brings the police, the woman is confiscated, the woman is chained, and the woman is thrown away. Today in Nigeria, if you go to some of our correctional centers, you will see many Nigerians languishing away, awaiting trial. An offense that may not even take up to 6 months imprisonment. People have been in jail for 7 years, for 8 years. That is the level of judicial rascality and banditry and justice and what just and justice that we have in Nigeria. So basically, if the legal juggernaut feel that Kenny Dele has defamed him, there are legal procedures to follow. Using the police to harass him, to put him on handcuff. You saw what was making around. Somebody that I was alleged to have stolen 110 billion naira. Somebody that he was already evidence produced that paid school fees for his daughter and his sons over $1 million in 20 years in advance was seen in white garments, walking like an angel. But a man, the conscience of the nation, a man who is on record, nobody can accuse him of any criminality, was put on handcuff because somebody felt he defamed him. That is the kind of Nigeria we are in today. And you know, there's always a thin line between despotism and good conscience. You know, I even mean I'm saying it here. Many of us, I've said to anybody, 80% of Nigerians, if you give them the same power that the political class are wielding, they will do worse things. Because the first place in, first of all, having character renaissance is mental renaissance. You must get to that point where you need to advise yourself. Look into the mirror and tell yourself, this is what I can do, and these are things I cannot do. If you cannot advise yourself on the right things to do, no other person can advise you. And I just pray that common sense will prevail. If you feel Dele had defamed you, follow the legal course. Using policemen to harass him. And of course, you see the caricature things we have in Nigeria. We have magistrate judges, magistrate courts, and all those stuff. Or, you know, Rudolph, you see, when Donald Trump called here a shithole jungle, most of us were busy ranting, lamenting, crying. Show me, if I can give you within 10 seconds, 10 incidents in Nigeria that portray and support what Donald Trump said. Rather than us speak offense and quarrel with Donald Trump, we will go back and fix our rot, fix the Ojan table, remove those things and those structures and kind that made people call us the shithole jungle of Africa.
How do you think the Dele situation will end? Do you see, do you know Dele Farotimi? Do you know him personally?
I don't know him one-on-one, but he's somebody that I followed. Okay.
What do you think the elite, because we are talking about, what do you think is their goal? What do you think they want to achieve with this?
See, if they know Dele Farotimi very, very well, they are wasting their time. Dele is like Nelson Mandela. If they are expecting to break his bones, break his spirit, and get him to go on his knees and kiss the ring, Dele will rather die and rot in jail. Is there anything that actually Dele said that is not facts about Nigeria? Let us even look at it. Let us look at the kind of things. I'll give you a typical example. The 2022 Electoral Act was very clear that you cannot contest for 2 positions, primaries in the same party at the same time. Rochas Okorocha, former governor, was on record. I can play the video for you. Rochas was asking Lawan that they should explain to him how they were able to come back to the Senate. He was at the Eagle Square with them during their manifesto night, contesting for the primaries of the APC to become presidential candidate of the APC. And before that presidential election, primary election, the Senate election, primary election had already gone because people bought their forms. People were screened. Elections were conducted. People won those nominations. And that stage passed because it was from the House of Assembly up. So how people that did not contest any primary election to go to Senate later ended up finding their way to the Senate? And the cost of the land endorsed it is a clear manifestation of the things, the kind of things Dele Farotimi is talking about. Rudolph, if we want to fix this country, each and every one of us individually must look into the mirror and tell ourselves the truth. The only thing that can heal us, this land, is the truth we know, say, and apply. As long as we refuse to say the truth and try to hide it under some kind of, what I call awareness, we'll keep on wasting our time.
All right. We still have a lot of things to discuss. We talk about the Biafran and then the Simon Ekpa situation, Nnamdi Kanu situation. We're also going to talk about the lawmaker who slapped a boat driver and so many other things. So stand by, and we're going to bring you in, our viewers, to join this conversation. But for now, we want to take a break. When we come back, we continue the conversation. Thank you so much for watching. right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We're having a wonderful conversation with Dr. Nnaemeka Onyeka Obiaraeri. He is an investment banker and development economist. Now, Dr. Nnaemeka, let's continue the conversation. I want us to go straight to the economic policies of President Tinubu. Recently, we've been hearing from the government that the policies are beginning to work. They are pointing out that there's now light at the end of the tunnel, that we have turned the corner. Is that true? And what are the things that are turning the corner? What are the policies that are working?
Rudolph, I'll be very honest with you. I'm one of those that believe that the policy programs that the government put in place, on paper, were actually the best policy moves that would have rescued this country if they had taken time to put in place the underlying factors and assumptions that would have made it work. You know, it's like saying for you to build a 20-story building, the engineers, structural designers will tell you you have to pile so amount of cement and the iron deep. You have to put all this in place for you to build a 3-story building. If you buy all the materials and you don't put it in the right mix and put it in the right quantity, the way it should be, that building cannot see the light of the day. Removal of petroleum subsidy was long overdue. Margin of the FX market was long overdue. I explained to you that one of the things that happened, if you look at FX stability between 1999 to 2050, you will see something very similar. Between 1999 and 2007, Naira lost only $28 Naira to $1. In fact, as of 2007, one of us handed over to Yadwa, the official market was 124 Naira to $1. The parallel market was about 124.5 to 125. So there was no room for any arbitrage or games. Under Jonathan, it was similar. Official rate was 195, 196. Parallel market was 197, 199. Thereabout. It was moving, no room for almost more than 1 Naira, 50 kobo, 2 Naira. So there was no room for round tripping and the kind of games that we saw under Buhari. Under MFLA and Buhari, we had multiple exchange rate regime. The arbitrage gap between the official market rate and the parallel market rate that was so wide that even an angel will round trip if given the opportunity. People have not bothered to ask this question. How did a country that its currency lost 111 Naira to $1 in 16 years, all of a sudden within a space of 8 years went bonkers? And if you look at it critically, between 2015 to 2023, if you look at the numbers in absolute terms, total imports out into Nigeria, total amount of dollars spent importing things, both goods and services, was about $451 billion. Total earnings into Nigeria from crude oil sales, from diaspora remittances, from borrowings, from everything in dollars was about $635 billion. So net, under normal circumstances, we should have had a net dollar inflow of $180 billion. There is no way dollar to the Naira exchange will have left that 199 level it was in 2015. Basically, what happened was that we created an arbitrage window that those in power utilized to wreck this country. See, if Nigeria is a center place, the first inquest Tinubu should have put in place was to find out what they did with 23.5 trillion naira that was printed by way and means against the extant provisions of the law and the CBN Act. From 1960 to now, there is no CBN governor or president that ever did the kind of thing that happened under Buhari. They were allowed it. It was easy for Jonathan. It was easy for Obasanjo to defend the Naira. There's no country that will have 100% float. No. Every currency is, even China manages their currency. That is why America always accused China of trying to devalue their currency to make their export cheap. Even Vietnam does almost about $375 billion worth of export revenue. Despite the fact that the Vietnamese dong is about 24,000 dong to $1. The Human Development Index in Vietnam is almost twice that of Nigeria. Poverty level in Vietnam is about 0.1%. Because it made their export cheap. For an export-oriented economy, the cheaper, the more devalued your currency is, the better for you, because it will stimulate more export. But for a wholly import-dependent economy as Nigeria, it's suicidal for you to float your currency without any dollar source, revenue source to back it up. It was easy for Jonathan and Obasanjo to defend because we had crude oil. If you look at between 2010 to 2015, we are making almost $98 billion, $110 billion, $100 billion from crude oil sales. We are paying subsidies too. But under Buhari, something happened, something shifted. We had a transparent FX window. It was, investors then could actually mirror into Nigeria. Because as an investor, there are factors you must consider before you invest. First of all, you have to look at rate of return on investment. For example, if I'm investing an amount of money and I'm expecting an ROI of 30%, I'll first of all factor in the cost of production, factor in inflation rate, and then I'll factor in the forex volatility of that economy. Assuming the currency moves by 2%, what will be the impact on my numbers? Then I will advise myself whether to invest or not. Because we had a transparent FX window from Jonathan to Obasanjo to Yar'Adua. JP Morgan Chase and Barclays admitted our debt instruments into their two-way market index. So investors could move in dollar and they can exit without any wahala. The first mistake Emefiele and Buhari made was when they took over. First of all, Emefiele started fiddling with the transparency in the foreign exchange market. JP Morgan Chase, Barclays won them. The second mistake was Buhari, in his obstinacy, tried to tamper with the amnesty program that Yar'Adua put in place. They warned him, he refused. Remember, he inherited output of about 2.3 million barrels a day. He inherited a external reserve of $29 billion. It wasn't as if like Obasanjo that he inherited negative encumbered foreign reserve of about $5 billion dollars. So immediately they tampering with the amnesty program. The Nigerian militants entered the creek and they bombed down our output from 2.3 million barrels to 1.1 million barrels. First of all, our working capital from the upstream was greatly impacted. Kachukwu Ibe did a good job when he took over at NNPC and Petroleum Ministry, as Minister for State for Petroleum and the GMD of NNPC. Remember that it was under the Ziani that the numbers moved from 28 million liters PMS consumption to 45 million liters, 52 million liters. Of course, Nigeria screamed because if you look at globally, there is no other country in the whole world that PMS consumption moved more than 20% over the last 24 years, except Nigeria. Go and check the whole world. You will not see any country where PMS consumption figure in any country moved over 20% from their original numbers in 1999. Nigeria is the only place it moved 178% because of criminality. The Ziani moved the number with his team. National Assembly in 2011 conducted an inquest and they discovered that half of those numbers were Ponzi games. When Kachukwu became the minister for the first thing Kachukwu did with DPR then was to do an audit. And Kachukwu rightfully told us, which is in tandem with the record at the U.S. Energy Administration Agency, that what we consume is between 28 million to 35 million liters a day, which is the factual numbers. And which tallies with growth in other developing economies like Nigeria and countries that share the same demography as Nigeria. Buhari being the clannish man that he was, and for whatever reason, maybe Kachukwu was not allowing them to play the kind of game they want to play. In 2016, they removed Kachukwu and brought Mike Antibaru as the GMD of NNPC. That was when the numbers moved to 56. At a time in 2021, we are being told that we consume over 93 million liters a day. And when they were asked, they said, oh, it was smuggling. And the records show clearly. If you check the daily consumption of PMS in the contiguous nations that surround Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, Niger, Benin Republic, Mali, all the 6 countries that surround Nigeria, their total daily consumption is not to 10 million liters a day. DPR told us in 2020 that our consumption was 38.5 million liters. So if you add 38, which is even the maximum, to 10, all those other numbers they were calling, we are Ponzi games, things that never entered Nigeria, and subsidy was paid on it. So basically what happened was that the multiple exchange rate regime and the criminality in the downstream oil and gas sector was what culminated in Nigerian currency losing so much value. So when Tinubu became president, common sense would have been, oh, subsidy must go to stop the corruption in the downstream. Then we must put in place strong efforts to show up output back to the 2.5 million barrels a day level it was, or 2.3 million barrels it was under Jonathan. And then to protect our oil and gas assets from being stolen like sweet. But what President Tinubu did was, he announced the 2 policy programs, which were right in itself, but he did not eliminate the underlying factors that created the problem ab initio. And what was the underlying factors? If I were to be in his position, what I would have done was to execute the same Brazilian reforms. Brazilians are not more honest than Nigerians. Brazil has crude oil reserve of 15 billion barrels. Nigeria has 7 billion barrels. Brazilian National Oil Corporation was founded in 1970, long after Nigerian National Oil Corporation that metamorphosed into NNPC in 1977. The Brazilians were saddled with the same kind of corruption that we have in Nigeria. But what did they do? The Brazilian government decided to sell down 72% of their holdings in Petrobras and invited core competent investors with technical and financial capacity to take up that 72%, and they held only 28%. Today, Petrobras is valued at $174 billion. Today, Petrobras does consistently 2.3 million barrels a day. Today, in 2023, Petrobras churned out profit of $37 billion, turnover of $121 billion. If the NNPC, with bigger oil reserve, did as much as Petrobras, we won't be where we are today. The only corporation that is working in Nigeria today is the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas. Why is this so? Because it is structured in terms of ownership, corporate governance, and transparency, like the Petrobras. It is 51% owned by the private sector investors and 49% owned by the federal government to NNPC. Therefore, they were shielded from the political shenanigans that happen in Abuja. If President Tinubu, by the time before he announced those policy changes, which were good in itself, had taken time to clear out the Ojian stable, clean up everybody that was part of the management team under Buhari, board and management. If you are taking time to clean them out, take them away from NNPC, move them away from NNDPRA, move them away from the upstream. If you are taking time to clean up that stable, if you are taking time to unbundle the NNPC and restructure it like the Petrobras, which will have done in his first 6 months, by removing, what he would have done was very simple. Appoint a JP Morgan Chase, a Goldman Sachs, maybe support them with a Chapu Him Deham and Stanbic IBTC, and then impanel them to be the book runners in unbundling NNPC. What they would have done was very simple. Value NNPC. Today, NNPC is estimated to be valued at about $58–60 billion. All they would have done was, after valuing it, they will sell down 70% of the federal government holding through the Federal Ministry of Finance and the Petroleum Ministry. Sell down 70%. And then do an IPO of $20 billion. That will have unlocked over $50–60 billion that Tinubu will have used to protect the naira against the margin of the foreign exchange market and removal of subsidy. If he had done this, as I'm talking to you, the NNPC that will have emerged out of it will have been as efficient as Petrobras, will have been as efficient as LNG. There's no way we wouldn't have been attracting anything less than $20 billion in the oil and gas sector. We'll have been able to increase our rig counts. We'll have been able to increase more acreage, both OPL and OML. We'll have been able to be producing at least 3 million barrels of food every day. And if we had amended the PIA in such a way that we say, going forward, unlike before, where we allocate oil blocks to people without any evidence of strong technical and financial capacity, we can simply amend the law and make it compulsory for you to have an upstream license. You must show financial capacity and you must set up a refinery here to refine everything that you produce. If, for example, now we have a pay quota of 1.7 million that we have today, and we are producing 3 million barrels, we'll use 178 million to satisfy our OPEC quota, and we'll refine every other thing that is produced here. We will take over the 600 million man sub-Saharan African market. Before somebody will refine products in Singapore, in South Korea, and bring it here, we'll be able to sell and take over Africa. If we had done this, taken these steps before the removal of subsidy, before margin of the foreign exchange market, we wouldn't be where we are today. The policy programs were spot on, but the underlying factors, the clearances, the cleanup, the reforms, the institutional transformation program that would have been put in place to make it work. You cannot put new wine in an old bottle and expect the wine to remain. Basically, what he did was he took new wine, new policy, and put it on the same contaminated, decayed, smelly bottle. And that is why we are where we are today. I have no query and question on the issue of the policy program. We are spot on.
Now,
but you cannot establish a central bank and you put a Mondo Sumba and Anene in charge of it and you expect it to work efficiently. That is what is the problem with Nigeria.
So are you saying that they know what to do, but they don't want to do that, or that they don't know what to do?
Rudolph, let me tell you, President Tinubu is a very smart man. They know what to do. Rudolph, what I have shared with you here, what is too difficult about it? Rudolph, there's nothing, we are not inventing the wheel. Brazilians were a similar position like Nigerians. Like I tell you, the Brazilians, the Americans, the British, they are not more honest than Nigerians. But what basically they try to put in place institutional transition mechanism that eliminates human interferences that will breed corruption. Close your eyes and imagine where you have an unbundled NNPC, like the liquefied Nigerian natural gas, that has maybe a black rock owning 10%, Goldman Sachs owning 10%, like they have shares in Aramco. Then maybe Anatedo Peter Side and his group owning 10%, and then they will sit on a board meeting, and you're telling them that you're losing $1.9 billion of their crude oil every month, and they will keep you after 6 months. It's not possible. And you're telling them that you're bringing in 50, 60, $100 million of PMS, and they can't track it, and you're still there. It's not possible now. Basically, what we have, it's like a court thing. It's rub my back, I rub my back. Nobody wants to take the hard and painful decisions. Obasanjo saw this mess. Obasanjo is one strong man. You may not like him, but I respect him. Obasanjo, for 8 years, discovered that the refineries had become a cesspit of corruption. What did he do? Before he left office, he decided to privatize it to the Blue Star Consortium, led by Aliko Dangote, Femi Otodola, and the rest of the entrepreneurial hawks. If Yar'Adua had not been ill-advised to reverse that sales, by now we won't be where we are today. Now, the refineries we have in Nigeria are not the oldest refineries in the whole world. There are refineries that are still working efficiently. The problem we have The current GMD in 2019 told us, it's on record, it's on video, the video is television, that before Buhari hands over in May 2023, that those values will work. We sank 4 trillion naira. May 2023 came and we passed it. May 2024 came, nothing. Today, they are only blending there. If you say the fire is working, why is there no gas flare? If you say that there's no gas flare, you're trapping the gas. That is the gas that you have trapped. That is the revenue. See, Rudolph, we know what to do. And I'm very, very sure Mr. President knows even better than me what to do. But what is lacking is a strong political will to step on toes, to march on toes, and to clean the unjust. I've said it. When President Tinubu said that he wants to build a $1 trillion economy, most people doubted him. Rudolph, I can sit here in 30 minutes and show you clearly things we can do to build our economy, to add $500 billion to our GDP every year into 2027. I can tell you, President Tinubu said he can do 1 trillion in 5 years, in 4 years. I can tell you, President Tinubu can do 1 trillion in 2 years. Nigeria ticks the right boxes to be among the top 10 biggest economy. When Shetima is telling you they are the biggest black African, it's potential. In reality, we are not anywhere among the top 3 in Africa. Talk less of the world. We have the potentials to be rubbing shoulders with America, with Russia, with Great Britain, with India. As at 1970, our GDP was $12.2 billion. South Korea was 9.3 billion. If we had maintained the same trajectory, today we would have had a $2.7 trillion economy. We have the population. We have the land mass. We have the natural endowments. We have natural resources. We have our greatest exports, our diasporas. All this junketing around looking for investment. See, I was privileged in 2007 as head of corporate finance in a bank to manage diasporas. I hear them, I listen to them. In fact, some of them told, I know of a medical doctor. The guy said he has over $300,000 in T-bill that are giving him 2-3%. The guy said if he has a structure in Nigeria that can secure his dollar and give him enough return, more than 5%, he will use that $300,000 to borrow double to invest here. I tell you something. When we were saying the diasporans were bringing in $25 billion under, I said to everybody, look at listen. The $25 billion diasporans were remitting to Nigeria are just chicken feed. Those are just tokenism, things that they could spare. The Nigerians in diaspora can actually invest nothing less than $50 to $100 billion annually into this economy if we put in place the right structures, constitutional and physical framework to make here attractive, the right security framework to make here secure. And I say to you, what is so difficult in doing this? I give you an example. I come from the Southeast. What triggered me to go into massive veggies development with my team was what happened about 2 years ago when the governor of Niger State stopped trucks from carrying tomatoes and pepper to the south because he was whatever he was protesting. It didn't really, I was so shocked because one, the southeast of Nigeria has arable land mass of 2.8 million hectares. Netherlands has arable land mass of only 1.9 million hectares. They have only 18 million people in Netherlands. We have 22 million people in the southeast. The Netherlands is under sea level. They have over 1,400 kilometer shoreline embankment to protect themselves from being carried by ocean. We don't have such problem in the southeast. We have natural sunshine. We have water tributaries. We have very strong and resilient population that are being to be put to work. And I looked at it. Netherlands has over 300,000 greenhouses in over 10,000 hectares of land. That is about $1.8 billion. Netherlands export every year $124 billion euro worth of agro products. Netherlands had over $6.8 billion revenue. And I sit down as I said in the southeast, we can even do more than Netherlands. And I just did the numbers. Very simple. By per capita consumption, we consume about 1.8 billion tubers of yam in Nigeria. No, about 185 million tubers of yam in Nigeria. And I looked at the southeast. What is our consumption? In our Igbo land, we used to have SHD. DG. Most of the yam we ate, we are producing inside. We never bought yam from Benue State. And I looked at the tomato consumption. We consume about 158 million kg of tomato every year. Pepper, tomato, onions. I did the numbers. And do you know what will shock you? The average per hectare onions production in Kebbi is about 7 tons. We are doing 40 tons in Okigwe. And we have the hybrid crayon onions from California. We have Igbo professors in Emo who are supplying us with the organic seedlings that give the highest yield. All they were waiting for people that can be honest enough to execute it. So we did the numbers to be able to provide enough tomato and pepper to stop the rubbish that happened in the United States. We just need to do about 18,690 greenhouses, 2 for $3 million, 15 in every electoral ward. Rudolph, as I'm talking to you, if you go to Anambra State today, because that is where we have the biggest clusters and other states, if you go from Oka Market or Ocha Market, a kg on the bell pepper albino, we have crashed it from 6,000 to 2,500 to 3,000. The annual average yield in the north is about 4 kg per square meter. We are doing 15, 25 kg per square meter. It's not rocket science. If the Dutch could do 300,000 greenhouses, we are only doing 80. We can't do 300. We have put in place programs to produce. Let me tell you, put it on record. By December 2025, every yam that will be consumed in Southeast will be produced in Southeast. And the numbers are very simple. Put the youth to work. Show them where the money is. The technology is very low. The seedlings are there. All you need to do, because we had an experience in 2020, 2021, where we invested so much and we lost it to domestic bandits. Basically, what we are doing, we are asking Indigo in diaspora, if you have any land you have that is first gated, put borehole, hand it over to us. We will pay you a rent. We will use it. We will produce food. We will employ your people. We will train them. We will create. Let me tell you what we want to do. I told you that in Singapore, 1 out of every 15 Singaporean is a millionaire in dollar. The structure we are running is a very simple structure. We set up a cluster. We bring 10 youths. We train them. Just the apprenticeship scheme. We move them into other clusters. And these youths, they have sense of ownership. The minimum we pay is about 100K in the village. And these guys are aware that by the end of the year, they are going to be going home with some tidy amount of money they cannot make wearing white collar. I have a guy who was working in the bank, who left the banking industry. He made first class agronomy. A Benue guy that is with us. He saw the vision. He bought into it. He left his banking job and is running 2 greenhouses. If I tell you the numbers the boy is churning out, you will be shocked. What is, and the same thing we beg this government. It's not enough to say we are playing Ponzi game with our, Naira again. Let me tell you, if we want Naira, the Naira to become 100 Naira to $1, it's very simple, Rudolph. What do we do? In the Southeast, we have 95 local government area. I told the Southeast governors, if we borrow $6 million in every local government area, to set up agro cluster in every local government area, $6 million, I will show you what we will do. $6 million will unlock $42 million every year from each cluster. When we are done with local government cluster, we'll go to ward cluster. What is the role of government? We have a structure. Ask the communities to donate their land. In my own community, we have 78 hectares surveyed. The community will donate that 78 hectares. They will donate 78 of their sons or their wives. Each will manage 1 hectare. All that the government will do using local government is to go and create access road to that place, put industrial borehole for them, give them security. We will bring the technology. We will bring the personnel that will train them, the qualified agronomists. We will provide the seedlings. We will offtake everything they produce. Rudolph is a very simple Campador model, simple model that Michael Opera did. We had produce board. We're not even asking them to put produce. We are the private sector produce board. To produce a tuber of yam, 10 kg, Rudolph, does not cost anything more than 1,000 Naira. From production to harvest. White tuber of yam that they are selling for 6,000 Naira. Our plan is to just sell it for 2,000 Naira. If I share with you the things we've put in place. Let me tell you, I say to the governors of the Southeast, keep your FAC. We don't need your FAC. We don't need your jack. Allow us to come and help you. We'll put in place such transparent structure. Missions, community, diaspora, private, public, partnership, project design, funding, and execution architecture that will create nothing less than 1,000 jobs in every electoral ward and nothing less than 5 billion naira from every ward annually. Imo State has 305 wards. Close your eyes and imagine we are in Imo State. We are producing $3 billion revenue in every of those wards. We're talking about 1 trillion naira. Imo State FAC and Jack over the last 5 years is not up to 1 trillion naira. And this is it's not skyrocket science. We're talking about, I'll give you an example. We have over 5 million diasporas who crave to eat the African delicacy. Most of the yam you see in abroad that they have Ghana markets are from Nigeria because of the inefficiency in our ports and in our people truck it to Ghana and export it. I hear some of our diaspora say to me, if you come to UK, all the African stores are being managed by Pakistanis and Lebanese. How did they get the food? They have the structure. And I say to us, do you know that supplying food alone to the diasporas can give us about $20 billion into Nigeria? What do we do? Why do we have commercial attaches in our embassies? They are useless. Most don't even understand what it means to be a commercial attache. A commercial person charge the affair in every embassy. His job is to see how he can connect the local market with Nigerians and diaspora and how he can put them together, create avenue for them to create wealth. And I say to it, all we need to do is, what do we need to get certification to export yam into America, into Canada, into Europe, into what do we need to get certification to export fish, to export tomato, to export this? What do we need to export all this? We get certification. How do we build a network of Nigerians producing, diasporas taking it and distributing it among themselves and other African people in Europe and other places? If I share with you, these are things I expect Shetima and the rest of them to be. I said to them, in Egypt, a time came when Pharaoh had a dream. Just the same way some of them carried their manifesto, which is their dream. Some of them don't even know what's in their manifesto. Pharaoh forgot his dream. Pharaoh brought all the professors, all the astrologers. They could not tell him his dream. Pharaoh now went and started looking for who will help him. They had to invite a Joseph. First, Joseph was a prisoner, a slave that was purchased from nowhere. They don't even know his ancestry, his father, his mother. But Pharaoh saw that this guy had the understanding, the wisdom, the skills, and could tell him his dream and interpret it. And Pharaoh felt clear, like, you know, that this level man. Let this guy help me to champion my economic transformation program. For 80 years, Joseph helped Pharaoh to build the biggest economy in the whole world. He was the prime minister. In Nigeria, they don't look for Josephs. They look for urchins, incompetent dimwits who have no value to add. All they see in political office is how to overinflate contracts, how to make deals, and how to steal and loot. That's all they are after. In Babylon, somebody was asking me, doctor, you are too harsh. I sit in circles when they talk about you. They say you are loaded, but we are scared of you. You're too stubborn. I said, if they are scared of me because of the things I have said with my mouth, then they have no plan, intention to do the right. I said, look at Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar went into Jerusalem, destroyed Jerusalem, ransacked it, killed them, massacred them, stole all their gold and artifacts, and carried them into captivity. While they were in captivity, he sought particularly 4 young boys that were outrageously gifted, brilliant, intelligent, articulate, smart, creative. If Nebuchadnezzar was to be the average Nigerian person, he would be scared of working with them. He would say, oh, I killed their father, I raped their mother. Therefore, if I bring them close, they will topple me. But Nebuchadnezzar was not like that. Wicked Nebuchadnezzar brought Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and empowered them as the chief of chiefs. And they helped him build a mighty economy. So much that he had to climb the citadel and was boasting of the mighty things he built with his hand. The problem we have in Nigeria, that we have wicked pharaohs and Nebuchadnezzars who are not thinking, I'm sorry to use the word, who are dumb, who are so selfish, who are not empathetic, who do not. So when people like Kemi talks, they don't look into the mirror to reflect in their wickedness. What they see is a small girl. I'm sure most of them who are even male chauvinists, they're already looking at him. I'm sure they're already profiling her. They cannot fathom how a 44-year-old lady should be at the verge of becoming prime minister in Britain when her mates in Nigeria are running around them for contracts. So that is the tragedy of Nigeria, where we have the worst of us leading over the best of us, and the worst of us are not even willing to allow the best of us to help them. In 1959, a 39-year-old medical doctor became the premier of the old standard. He was not an economist, medical doctor. He was trained in the act of medicine. But of course, as a medical doctor, he understood clearly that you don't go treating a patient without first of all carrying diagnosis. The first thing he did was to appoint one of the biggest consultants in the US. Something we are offering them free of charge. Michael paid them. They came and they developed for him a massive blueprint. And Michael followed that blueprint. For 7 years, he built the fastest growing economy in the Commonwealth. For 7 years, in fact, the police of the old Eastern Nigeria under him was reputed to be so professional that when they had issues in one of the Central African countries, they did not request for federal police. They requested for the regional police of Nigeria, Eastern Nigeria. Michael was very clinical in his executions. But today, we have people saddled with so much power. And I've told them, keep your fact, keep your jack, keep your idea, loot them. Don't bring it. Allow us to show you in very pragmatic and practical terms how you can build an economy. There's no state in Nigeria that cannot generate at least $10 billion annually. Look at the issue of facts. All they were after, of all the beautiful things contained in that 4 documents, 4 executive bills by Oloyede team, the only thing they saw was VAT, waterfall. The only thing they all picked out was the sharing formula, the derivation. They never bothered to find out, oh, there are things in this bill that can eliminate the multiple taxes. They didn't see, oh, there are things in this bill that if we put our hands into our acts together, we can actually create a conducive environment for consumption to happen in our space. They didn't see every good thing in that bill. The only thing they saw was the revenue waterfall that's going to be changed. Because most of them are really lazy. All they do is wait for the month end, go to Abuja, collect the fat, collect the jack, buy dollar, share it, loot, go to America, go to UK, buy properties, and then carry one of easy virtue. And that is the end. And that is why we are where we are today.
Quite interesting. Now, for our viewers, I'm sorry. I know you are itching to come in and you want to join this conversation. We are going to do that, but we want to touch on a few more things, and then we come in to bring you in. So let me ask you. You have these experiences. You have this knowledge. I'm assuming that you said already that you've talked to people in power to implement them, and they are not. And you're already doing some that you are doing. But I know that in your bio, it shows that you wanted to also go into politics. Why do you think there is need for that? Why can't you continue to do what you're doing, expand it on your own? Do you need to be part of the political process to do more?
Rudolph, my ugly experiences in 2015, 2019, 2020 taught me a lesson. I won't even try it again. The monies I wasted, the monies we burnt will have been enough to do things that will add more value to the people. Because the truth is that the leadership recruitment process in Nigeria is flawed. Until we carry out and execute 100% the OY's electoral reform recommendations, we'll be wasting our time. We have a selection, a leadership recruitment process that is totally flawed, not as we used to have it in the early 60s. So, like I told you, I will be a madman to try again to risk my life. If I tell you my experiences, you'll be shocked. In 2015, it got to a point, it was an election I won free and fair. What collection officers were being threatened? Because these are young men and young women who acted as ad hoc staff, who believed in the dream, who never wanted to be compromised. Some of them were threatened. At a time, I was even being asked, if you do this, will give you the result, will give you the election. And I looked at it. See, the truth is, those who understand what leadership is will not compromise principles because they want power. Those who you see that grab power by all means, don't use power for the good of the masses. So I tried as much as possible to see myself within this space. I give you an example. Look at National Assembly. Rudolph, imagine me in the Senate with the nonsense. See, they will suspend me 10 times in 1 week. And that is the truth, because I cannot stomach the shenanigans there now. I can't. If I talk, I will organize one press conference. You suspend me, I go to court. The truth is, we lack in Nigeria, in the majority, men with good conscience, men with skills, men with knowledge, men with passion. Okay, now, we have left the space for them. And we are saying, I said, see, we are not asking to do this for you. We are telling you, look at this, take this template. It works. A template works. A template simply saying, it's like a recipe. If you put H2O, you get water. Anywhere in the whole world, H2O is water, hydrogen and oxygen. I said, look at this recipe. Put it this way. I'll give you an example. Sometime, some years back, as the head of project finance in the bank, I was part of the team that advised from the buy side the acquisition of NAFCON on air. At the time, NAFCON was sold. NAFCON was sold for $152 million under Obasanjo guided liquidation. NAFCON was the only fertilizer company in the whole of West Africa. NAFCON nameplate capacity was about 775,000 metric tons per annum. And at that time, Nigeria was importing millions of million tons of fertilizer into Nigeria. And, of course, as an investment banker, we're like medical doctors. If you can't hide away the truth, you must tell us the truth about why the business did not work. We intervened, the technical people and all the rest of them. And we discovered that the place was run down because of inefficiency. Firstly, 98% of the raw material for producing fertilizer, urea, ammonia, and the nitrogen, is gas, natural gas. As at that time, NGC was selling a standard cubic feet of gas for 22 cents. At the time, they were selling for 22 cents. It was selling for $1.25. US produced fertilizer in Nigeria. The market was there. The technology was there. So I midwifed and helped with that transaction. So years later, I got a group from Philadelphia because while working in the bank, I discovered that there were a lot of non-associated gas wells that were capped in Ukuta or Hajibuma axis. Of course, when they are trying to drill crude oil, rather than they will get gas. And of course, I understood it. I got a group. It was one of the speaker of the State House of Assembly then in Imo State that invited me. I was discussing with him about how we can actually harness the gas wells. We can, because I know of the private sector owners, how we can work with the private sector owners to utilize the gas wells, bring technology under a PPP arrangement to set up 100,000 tons per day fertilizer blending plant in Imo State. I assembled this team, traveled around the world, brought them. We made our presentation. The stupid thing I did was we were so transparent with the government. We opened up, showed them the numbers, what it will cost, how we are going to get it, and everything. When they saw the numbers, their mind didn't tell them that the man who has the recipe understands what is in the recipe. The next thing the governor did was they suspended talking to us. 3 months after, I saw in the National Daily that they went to Cambodia to go and bring a group to do similar project I wanted to do. They hijacked it. As I talk to you, over a decade later, that project has not seen the light of the day. So these are the kind of people that we have in government. Whatever they see, whenever you bring any project to them, whenever you bring any idea to them, what they're after, like the policemen on the street, what is in it for me? They are not after what is in it for the people. What is in it for my legacy? What is in it for my name? Just like Michael Obara would think. Michael's vision was to put affordable food on the table of every indigenous of the old Eastern region. If we can get, and I told him, I said, I was sharing with one of the governors. I told him, I said, let me tell you this. The total fact and jack you collect from Abuja, even after paying, even if you steal everything left, it can't be more than $25 million every year. Even if you steal for 20 years, you cannot be as wealthy as Aliko Dangote. But we can put in place an MCD PPP framework that will balloon your state and create over $3 to $5 billion. Even if you decide to set up an SPV to own 10% of it, it will give you more money that you can steal in 10 years legitimately in a year. But they are very impatient. Most of them have not been trained and programmed to think long term. For them, is this Igbo ideology or some of this negative Igbo adage? He that climbs Iroko tree should remember to carry on the list, because he cannot be able to climb a second time. That is how they think.
All right. There are interesting things you are raising, interesting questions and issues. Let's quickly see if we can touch on a few things in 10 minutes so that we can bring in our audience. They are really eager to come in. This is the longest I've ever talked to a guest before they come in. So let me go first to these ideas that the way you're doing in the Southeast in the agro business sector. How are you dealing with the issue of insecurity? Because that's a major factor in what we have in hindrances across Nigeria.
You know, like I mentioned to you, in business, in life, everything about life has risks. What you try to do is you analyze your risk, dimension it, and provide mitigants to enable you overcome some of those risks that you can deal with. I told you that we lost so much money in Niger State. There was a place we got an agro park, and our plan was to do 300 hectares of banana palm plantation pilot scheme, 300 hectares of Cavendish banana, because I saw a place in Côte d'Ivoire where a French company did 1,700 hectares, and they do over $53 million annually exporting it. Our plan was to use some of the airports to begin to air freight those bananas out, either as chips or other blended form. And we went to work. We bought bulldozer. We had to bring in prefabricated factories to process palm oil across the value chain. The unfortunate that we didn't know that there was an issue of land dispute between the community in the Ebonyi State, Eda in Afibo, and the Okapodo, where the land was given to us with CFO by the Abia State government. After we spent millions in getting the place surveyed and other things that we paid, we went to work. We cleared the first 60 hectares, did everything. One fateful night, we are even paying the military to protect the place, but they will come in the morning, they will go in the evening. In the night, one fateful night, bandits from Eda, youths entered that place with raw acid and destroyed everything. We lost hundreds of millions of naira in that project. So, of course, these were investments from my former employers, my bosses, those who trusted in my vision. And of course, interestingly, these are Ndigbo who believed in that vision. They were not deterred. So basically, when we saw what happened, we now went back to recalibrate. Now, what we now do, we're no longer doing open farming. Every agro park that we have must be fully fenced and gated with security in place, drone, CCTV, and everything. Today we have land bank of over 57 hectares across the Southeast, and we are appealing to Ndigbo. If you have any land that you can fence, that you can put gate and borehole, do it. And our illustrious sons have been answering because of insecurity. So we are doing it in gated environments, secured environments. And these are things, and of course, there is a cost implication, because in Netherlands, most of their farms are done in open field. You will not see any herdsmen coming to destroy them or whatever. But unfortunately, in our land, it's not the same thing. While we are waiting for government to put in place the necessary security measures to protect honest enterprise, we have adopted this a bit more costly measure to ensure that we provide jobs, we create wealth, and we put food, affordable food, on the table of every Igbo man in the Southeast. I'll give an example. In Ebonyi State now, we're trying to see how we can do backward integration, doing paddy rice farming. We have 2 rice mills. They're not in the Southeast. We painfully, I'll give an example. One of the agencies approached us, and from a local government area, we lost a factory to banditry. We lost trucks, even properties, to this issue of insecurity. An agency approached me. Okay, I was telling them about how we can set up an upstream 250 hectares of rice, paddy rice farm across the Okigwe zone, because Okigwe zone is a rice belt. You won't believe it. While I was talking with them, security constitution being number one, I called one of the communities where we had relative peace, the traditional ruler, that I want to bring this investment to your community. I expected the man to jump up. The first thing that shocked me was the man said that for us to even bring, I will have to come and see him. He told us this we are going to buy. I should buy things with my money to come and please you, to bring investment to you. And that was the last communication I had with him. So that is the kind of mentality we have in it. It's not about the government, even our people. You see a community where somebody is trying to do a road, the youth will block the road until you pay them. You cannot do the road. You see a community where you want to do borehole for them, they will block the road. If you don't pay them, you won't do borehole. Such crass mentality should be eliminated. We must all individually and collectively build up our land. And I can tell you, it's a bit expensive, it's a bit more costly, but the efficiencies and agro-tech we have introduced has actually helped us to mitigate the cost of infrastructure like fencing and gating and other things. And I can tell you of a truth, Rudolph, we produce foods cheaper in Alibo than anywhere in Nigeria, even elsewhere in the world.
Thank you so much. I have a friend here saying that he has 30 acres of land and need to get financing for palm tree plantation. There's a comment on the...
Rudolph, tell him I will give him all the palm trees he needs on credit. All the palm trees he needs, I will give him on credit, but I will off-take everything that produced there after 3 years.
Okay, there is also someone who is our friend on the show who wrote on the comment section, I'd like to hire your guest as a consultant for my wife's rice farm in ATT in Imo State. So can you, for those who want to reach out to you, can you share your contact, or you want me to share anyway you want?
Share it with them.
Okay, all right. So few things. Let's touch on few things, and then we have like 6 minutes before we now go on a break. When we come back, we let the our audience come in and weigh in. So quickly, I want you to touch on just quickly on these issues. There was this story about Emefiele. You mentioned him a lot in what you've been saying about this estates that we are hearing that he has ownership of, or kind of interest in those estates. What do you think about people like that? They're educated, they and what is the motivating factor? Because I think part of our problem is that we don't examine these things and we move on to another issue. But without examining what led to people being like that, and there are more people who are like that who are still in the system. And how do we deal with that? How do we come to the point where there is consequence?
Okay, I need to correct one thing there. The properties that are alleged to have been attributed to Emefiele had actually been found out not to belong to him. It's actually part of the propaganda. It's actually belonged, according to them, to the former Akantanjara. You remember there was a former Akantanjara that was found to have looted 109 billion naira. The question we should be asking ourselves, how did one man get to the point of amassing 109 billion naira and nobody found out? Let me tell you, public sector corruption is very pervasive. See, Rudolph, let me tell you something you must understand. When in 2015, Buhari came up with this idea of zero budgeting, every one of us clapped. Zero budgeting, working with the likes of KPMG, Deloitte as consultants for the federal government agencies will have helped us to eliminate most of the criminality in the public sector. Basically, what they do every year, they will bring the old budget, they will add 20% across. Even things that have been spent before, they will add it again for the next year. Let me tell you, if you see any budget, like the combined budget of the federal government, the state government, and local government is about 42 trillion if you add up everything. 60-70% of those things that they put there as a budget are actually looted. Whenever you see, if we are to subject our budgeting process across the MDS, across the 3 tiers and arms of government to real rigor, private sector rigor, bring a KPMG, bring a Deloitte, and all those to be part of the process, you will be sure that over 70% of those things that will put at the cost will be eliminated. What you see in the policy are deliberately contrived numbers, anticipation of what they will steal, That is why you see a civil servant on a salary of 30,000 naira a month. He's not paid for 1 year, yet he's balling. He's building houses. He's buying cars. Where did he get the money from?
Okay, let me touch on another issue. When Representative Ikweche slapped that bold guy, we saw how it ended. He came to the house, he apologized, and then the bold guy sued, I think, or was threatening to sue. At the end, the bold guy turned around to apologize to the man. And it was okay with the country. It was okay. It was something. How do you process something like that? I don't know. Maybe we've stayed abroad for too long.
In Nigeria, we have two laws. The one for the rich and political elites and their private sector fronts, and the one for the poor masses and the rest of the other Nigerians. When they say here is a lawless place, a place filled with impunity, it's the truth. What you see is the common thing in Nigeria. You remember in America when Barack Obama spoke harshly about a police sergeant, but Barack used some harsh words, and the backlash was so much that Obama had to invite the sergeant to a beer meeting with that professor that felt racially profiled, and everything was managed very, very well. Imagine a sergeant. Of course, the guy replied back. Imagine a sergeant replying back to even ordinary DPO. They will bury him alive even before he starts. So the truth of the matter is that we live in a lawless place. We live in a place where we have two types of law. One for the rich and the privileged, political and the corporate class, and one for the rest of Nigerians. I give an example. Is there anything Dele Farotimi said that other people have not said, other big men? Sure, you saw the other guy, the guy from the north that went to Channel TV to say similar things Dele Farotimi said. Why have they not arrested him? The truth is, there's nothing Dele said that Obasanjo have not said. Sure, you know. There's nothing Dele said Obasanjo have not said that even worse. Let them there touch Baba now. It's a lawless place.
One last one before we now bring in people. You're a frequent guest on Arise. I know you know the team on the morning show. There was this thing that happened where Ruben said something about Igbo people and land, and there was a backlash, and Obe brought it to his attention. And we all saw the reaction he gave. What do you make of that in terms of the bigger picture and relationship in Nigeria between the people who are high and the people who are low? Do you see that as something that is endemic?
Firstly, like I said, Ruben owes a public apology, not just to Ojobe, but to Ndigo. We must make that public apology. It's not enough to say he does not care and all those stuff. What he did was atrocious. You know, he relied on hearsay to malign a whole ethnic nationality on public telly. So he should humbly accept he made a mistake. Nobody's above mistake. Offer public apology to OG and public apology to Ndigo, and let this matter end and be closed and put to rest.
Is that different from how maybe people they call Oga treat their people who are their subordinates, or even how housewives treat housemates? You know, it's something I see a lot in Nigeria, and I think sometimes we don't see it if we are in that setting for a long time.
No, it's a character flaw that is in most of us, even in religious settings too. You see it even pastors treating their younger pastors harshly and rudely. It's a character flaw that each and every one of us must work on. In fact, let me tell you, how you actually judge a man that is humble, a man that is meek, a man that is kind and empathetic and compassionate, is how he treats those who are at a lower social standing than him. Of course, we are human beings. We are bound to flare up at times and lose the cool. But how you know a human being who is compassionate, who is humble, is that even when you make that mistake, you should be humble enough to publicly apologize. I'm a Christian. I tell you, the difference between David and Saul was Saul was arrogant in his iniquities, and he lost the throne. But David was a man who understood the fact that he made a mistake, and he always repent of his mistake. Remember when he had an issue, and the Shimea, one of the slaves, was mocking him openly, abusing him. Joab told him, let me go and kill Shimea. Of course, Shimea will have been wasted, just like we have it in Nigeria. The big man wastes the small man. David told him, don't touch that man. I committed a sin, and every shame I deserve to take it. There's nothing Shimea said that is not true. Allow me to bear the shame. God will have mercy on me. David rebuked and rejected Joab, killing Shimea. If it's in Nigeria, Shimea will have been dead. So we need to look back and ask ourselves, do we want to be arrogant, heady, and piggy as Saul? Or do we want to be humble and meek like David? Nobody is perfect. We have our shortcomings. But the difference between us and David, like I said, average Nigerian has the spirit of Saul. David had the spirit of our Lord Jesus Christ. Very compassionate, very humble, very meek. He knew that equality with God is not robbery, yet he chose to die on the cross among thieves. They knew he was righteous, but he took it for the sake of mankind. And he was washing the feet of the disciples. They asked him, don't wash, if I don't wash your feet, you will not be part of me. Say, he that will be greatest in the kingdom must be least, must be the servant of. And let me tell you, he said in every, even in religion, it is vanity. We so much love vanity in Nigeria. That is why you see, I ask this question. At the upper chamber, there were 120 people that gathered, that started the first church. Mary, the mother of Jesus, was there. Joseph, his brother, and other sisters were there. Mary did not say, oh, it's my son that died, therefore I am Mother Excellency. Mary's story was never heard throughout that period. Peter was the one, he said, before everybody, he proclaimed Peter as the leader. Lovest me 3 times. Feed my flock. Peter did not say, oh, he's the one that he told to feed the flock. Therefore, I am the kingmaker. Even when they want to select people, Peter will say, let us vote about it. They will cast lots. Peter never went to buy donkeys for himself and buy horses then, like SUV then. Peter had a wife and children. They were not part of that ministry. They were never mentioned. They had unity of mind. Leaders served. When they had the first issue, like the issue of we have in Nigeria, ethnic skirmishes, the Hellenist Jews were complaining about how the Hebraic Jews were treating their wives and their widows. Peter appointed 7 deacons, honest, upright, sincere men, and they went about administering the bread. And why the church grew, there was nothing like bishop, his wife, and children in charge. Peter had wife and children, but they were never mentioned. They were in one accord. The leaders were servants. They never spent the treasury buying private cars for themselves, buying private houses and building mansions or building towers of Babel. They were breaking bread. They were visiting people's houses. They will come to Emeka's house today. Tomorrow they will go to Ijoma's house. They visited every poor and everybody shared bread. They didn't say that man was living in Swallow. We will not go to his house to go and break bread. And it's the same mentality. If we as people can adopt the same mentality of Jesus, of Peter, of David, here will be paradise. But of course, most of them have the big head of Saul. We want to be glorified even in our iniquity. That is why they want to crucify Kemi for telling them the truth, rather than tearing their clothes and pouring sand upon their head and repenting of their iniquities. They are busy telling Kemi how Elon Musk migrated from South Africa and how Rupert Murdoch came from Czech and how this. Go and check all the countries he pointed out. They are all doing well. Some of them are even better than America. India, over the last 10 years, had grown in leaps and bounds under body. Where is Nigeria over the last 10 years? So why we usually Sunak talk ill of Modi that is doing fantastic job in rebuilding his home country? If Modi is to be like the Nigerian position, Sunak will not have anything to do with him, and that is the truth.
All right. One more. Let's take a break, and then when we come back, we bring in our audience and continue the conversation. Thank you so much.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga, Ulagani Piazigo Mmanwu Ulagadoni Piazigo Agbanwe Mwilochi Biko Rapuzoro Kona Bazia
Onyoma Zoro Biko Abamba Wazoro Dosari Ibia Unyane Gwana Ulagadoni Piazigo Ulagadoni Piazigo Abamba Mwilochi Biko Rapuzoro Kona Bazia Mazi welcome up Odoguna Perezinaka Onyoma Niga Delemo Mazi Nigazinaka Ibu go with the melody Odogu Nachala Noka Is the one them nigga delemo Olagadoni Pesigo Olagadoni Pesigo Amama Wilo Chilo Bigarabuzo Anabazi Say Onyamazoro Sorry, if I were to go on Mulaga, don't Piazugo, Nazaboy, Mulaga, don't Piazugo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anabazi, Ice. But don't never be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikeja mabele bege Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene Ama gondinso Chukwu negaji Esi Nnaemeka Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili mmasị ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom Nnaemeka gị Ọbama ihe biko lapụ na-amasị ya Zoro, 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 zoro Geduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe Mwilo Anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara Onye nwụrụ zuru ike
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying with us. We are continuing. This is the last part of our conversation with Dr. Nnaemeka Onyeka Obiaraeri, who is an investment banker and development economist. So he's been telling us about what his experience has been in Nigeria and working in the Southeast. I'm getting a lot of comments from so many people I didn't know, even people who have worked with you. A friend of mine just wrote me that he has a cooperative society engaged with you. They started a greenhouse. It's called Ladima Multipurpose Cooperative. So I didn't know these things, but wonderful. So let me bring in our audience, and as they come in, I want you to maybe talk about the Biafran movement and what happened in last few weeks with the arrest of Simon Ekpa in Finland. What impact do you think that has in the Southeast? Has anything changed?
The truth is that people like Simon Ekpa are able to hold sway and they create the nuisance that they created because we have gaps in leadership in the Southeast. Gaps in leadership. P2B in Anambra, when Peter was governor of Anambra, remember that when Peter was in Anambra State, Masop was creating mayhem. Ralph Wasika and Co. We are creating mayhem in other states in the side. They never messed up in Anambra State. See, what you see here are people trying to model up genuine agitation by people. The truth that Igbo are marginalized. Nobody can deny that. The southeast of Nigeria is grossly marginalized. And because there is no leadership in place. So every Dick, Tom, and Harry try to fill the vacuum. When there's a vacuum, all manner of people will come up. And I ask you this question. If we have responsible leadership, like what I've shared with you here, Imo has 305 electoral wards. If we have responsible governor and responsible local government chairman who recognizes the importance of the people, involving the people in governance, and like I told you, create agro-industrial clusters in every of the wards that will put our youth to work, that will make them to be gainfully employed, that will address the marginalization. Some people will not be able to explore the gaps to create mischief. I gave you an example here. I have a rice milling plant in the north. You will load your truck of rice from Abuja through other places, Nasarawa to Benue. You will see minimal checkpoints. But immediately you enter Nsukka, that is where the bedlam and the madness will be unleashed. Every 1 kilometer, you will see one checkpoint. Either uniform checkpoints or checkpoints of Igbo civilians working for one local government area or the other. It will shock you. The truck of rice carrying 850 bags of rice traveled over 300 kilometers. They did not call me on phone that they had the issue. Anybody stop them, stop from them. But from Nsukka, passing Enugu to Anambra to Owerri, we spent over 546,000 naira. Quote me anywhere. Some of them were receipted, but there was one that happened. The boss have all the documentations in place. This one happened at overhead bridge after Niger Bridge in Asaba. Those guys stopped the bus. I told them, I said they should report them to the police. They said that they are working in tandem with the police, that it's a waste of time. They kept the bus there from 12 a.m. till 8 p.m. in the night. When I saw that the guy was scared that they may kill him, I asked them, okay, since people are insisting they must pay 75,000, can you give me the local government account so I can transfer the money? You know what they did? There's no local government account. They brought a POS. We transferred it to the POS and they withdrew cash. So if we have governors in place who are responsible, who can come out openly to speak against the extortions they created themselves through local government arches and the extortions that are on the road by uniformed policemen who are supposed to be securing the place, but have turned it into extortion point. If we have responsible, bold governors who can take steps to stop all those issues of marginalization and injustices that people latch upon to brainwash
some of our brothers that we refuse to train who have the issues we are having in the Southeast. Rudolph, what we need in the Southeast, first of all, is economic independence. If you go to Spain, the Catalonians have been baying for independence. But the first thing they did was they first of all built economic power. They are the richest part of Spain. If you go to Germany, the Bavarians always wanted to be on their own. They are the richest part of Germany. And I say to us, if we as Igbo believe that we are the smartest people, that we are the most creative people, that we are value adding, we must first of all build paradise in the Southeast. And we can only build paradise when we elect and appoint responsible men and women who are bold, who are courageous, who will not only talk the talk, but walk the walk. If we have honest governors who are like Desa Bumbakwe or Michael Nokbara, and who are using the resources to build the Southeast, and they are standing up boldly, toe to toe, against the criminality on our highways, I tell you, the influence of people like Ekpa and the rest of them will be destroyed. If we have employment, we have jobs, we have can you go and check it? There is no family in Alibo that have their children properly trained and raised that are part of this madness. Go and check. I was sharing with somebody that said, go and check. Most of the guys who are laying their lives, destroying their lives, implementing things that are not even in the books, are people who did not go to school, who are not empowered, and who feel the weight of the injustice. The injustice is there. But first of all, and I said to him, when I hear this sit at home, I laugh. There was a cartoon Mike Asuko drew where somebody placed his hand on the cross and was hitting himself with a nail. I was saying, government, are you seeing the pain? Let me tell you, we have a bunch of irresponsible human beings in politics. And even if you sit at home from Monday to Friday, as long as they are collecting the fact and jack, you are wasting their time. How many of the governors sit in the Southeast? How many local government chairmen? The more you hurt the poor and the masses and your economy, the more you hurt yourself. Common sense will tell you that you only do the kind of things you're doing in Senate environments where you have responsible leaders who are sensitive, who have conscience, and who goes back to that bedroom and think, what do we do to calm the frayed nerves? In Nigeria, we have people. In fact, the more chaos you create, the more opportunity for them to loot and steal and rig elections, and nothing will happen.
Right. Thank you so much. Let's go to our audience members. I don't know how much time you have, but let's start, and then whenever you're ready to go, I know we've exhausted the time we agreed to. Femi, you're first. Your question for Dr. Nnaemeka.
Good morning, Dr. Nnaemeka. I'm going to reel out 4 names and then go straight to my question. Kalu, Idika Kalu, Chu Okongu, Dr. Chu Okongu, Olufalaye, and Alhaji Abubakar. I learned that these were part of the consultum, if you will, including one of them who was a finance minister, I believe, during Babangida's regime, that a couple of whom were from the IMF as well. We're involved with the IMF as well. Now, I bring these 4 names up to ask you, because I've heard all kind of opinions, and I don't even know which one is correct. So, who are the people that actually brought us into the quagmire of debt? How do we get into the situation of debt when, in many regards, it's been postulated that we had no reasons borrowing from the IMF, especially judging from where we're coming from in the 70s, where it was alleged to have been said by the then president of Nigeria, Yakubu Gowon, that Nigeria had money. The problem with Nigeria wasn't money, but what to do with it.
Okay, the names you mentioned were names before the Fourth Republic happened. And let me narrow it down to the Fourth Republic. We have this penchant in Nigeria to always look back and blame everybody but ourselves. The people you mentioned were not the head of states. They were not
the leaders. They were actually advisors. You know, there was something Obasanjo said. It's one thing for you to advise him. It's one thing for him to accept your advice or reject your advice. The role of advisors is to advise. The role of the leader is to look through and sift through the motley crowd of advisors and then pick the ones that he thinks best suit the interest of his people. The problem we've had in Nigeria is that we have never had selfless leaders in the mood of Michael Okpara, in the mood of Desamon Bakwe, in the mood of Lateef Jokonde. Let's look from 1999. When Obasanjo became president in 1999, Nigeria was a pariah nation, isolated by the rest of the world, sanctions left and right. When Obasanjo became president, our crude oil output was about 1.6 million barrels a day. Oil prices then was about $17.36 per barrel. Nigeria had a standard reserve of $5 billion, $3.9 billion already incumbent to creditors. We had over $32 billion on serviceable debt obligations to Paris Club and other agencies. The first thing Obasanjo did, based on the benefit of hindsight, being a head of state under the military regime, was to first of all move around the world. Remember, we are even abusing him, calling him the junketing president. He went about consulting, asking for debt forgiveness, reminding the whole world that what brought us to our knees were military despotism. The world listened. Of course, he assembled a crack team. He brought in some of the smartest and brightest minds in Nigeria. We had Obia Ezekwesili. We had Mokonji Iweala. We had Charles Soludo. We had Tamun. We had a lot of them that he brought together to form his core economic team. Obasanjo started massive reforms. Very strong man. The first thing Obasanjo did was to first of all curtail public sector bureaucracy, profligacy, and criminality. Ask yourself this question. From 1999 to 2003, 2004, when Obasanjo negotiated this debt forgiveness and paid it off, crude oil never sold for anything more than $28 per barrel. Go and fact check me. How was Obasanjo able to negotiate and pay off our external reserve, our external debt? Build up external reserve of $45 billion. Executed most of the massive reforms we have today, including the Reform Pension Act that he did in 2004. Built an economy that grew by 6.5% per annum, single-digit inflation. Had an economy that had over 4 million middle class who earned between $110,000 to $190,000 naira equivalent then. Build a robust economy that attracted the best of Nigerians coming from diaspora. I knew a lot of my guys that came in from Goldman Sachs, from JP Morgan Chase, from other from even McKinsey to come and work in Nigeria. How did Obasanjo do it? He had economists. Like Obia Ezekwesili will tell you, you need to see Obasanjo debating with them. You need to see Obasanjo arguing with them. You need to see Obasanjo telling them, I won't take this one, no, it will not benefit Nigerians. And he will come out and say it, oh, it's one thing for you to advise me, it's one thing for me to accept it. The 8 years of Obasanjo, if we are to have benefit of hindsight today, will have allowed him to have third, fourth, and fifth term. He wasn't perfect. He made his mistakes. We knew of the issues of electoral malfeasance that happened under his government. But he was one man who truly loved Nigeria and a nationalist who was not swayed by religious considerations. Obasanjo was first a Nigerian before being a Yoruba man. Obasanjo was one man who considered merit over where you come from or the religion you follow. What basically we've had over the last 9 years had been an issue of people placing and coddling mediocrity over merit. Look at the cabinet of Obasanjo and the cabinet we have in place under Buhari. Obasanjo, see, under Obasanjo and Jonathan, it was another Jonathan that we had the first Igbo man who was chief of army staff. And Ihejirika was actually dealing with those criminals and bandits when some element in the north came up with the idea that he was trying to decimate their population. So the issue remains. It's not a case of somebody advising you, oh, this economic advisor, the onus, the bulk falls on the table of the president and the governors. Mbakwe worked with consultants. Michael Obara worked with consultants and advisors. As a medical doctor, he was so enlightened that he could sift through the mostly all the advice being given to him and pick the ones he want to pick and the ones that work for his people. And let me tell you one thing: if you're a leader who truly loves your people, who is really compassionate, no matter how sophisticated the advice comes to you, you will be able to sieve it and choose the one that works best for your people. But unfortunately, the kind of people we have in political corridors today are not men who are compassionate. They are not men who are honest and sincere. They are not men who are empathetic. They are men whose only goal in life is to grab, occupy political office, across the territory of government, steal, loot, share, then come to America and they have the aspirants that will help them to launder the money everywhere, and then the UK. The choicest property in London today are owned by Nigerians. Over $18 billion is not to be stacked away in Dubai. How did the monies move? Bankers helped them, and other private sector fraud. So the truth is, we are all collectively responsible for what's happening in Nigeria today. And that is why each and every one of us as individuals, and we have to look into the mirror. The average Nigerian, even those who you call educated, are willing to lick the feet of anybody that can give them what they want. We pay so much emphasis on money, wealth, and material things that are seen, rather than on substance. The wealthiest man in Africa in the early 60s was a parliamentarian. If you look at the quality of leadership we had then, these were men that were educated, men that were enlightened, men that were not after what they would eat or what they would drink, men that wanted better names than the wealth. Today, all you have is all manner of garrulous. They want people that will sleep and then drink 90 Glenfiddich and wear Rolex that can build a mansion. And that is why we are. And all some of us who are elites, some of us who are the middle class or those upper middle class, who should be able to stand up like Kemi Badenoch to speak to them, are all either afraid, cowardly, compromised, or we are waiting at the end of the table to be admitted to be part of the looting tray. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Femi. Let's go to CM.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Rudolph. I believe I'm okay. Thank you. Nnaemeka Obiaraeri, Dr. Nnaemeka Obiaraeri. Thank you for being our guest today. Actually, I can say whoever claims that he hasn't heard about you, if I say the person is a stark illiterate, please forgive me. Now, let me say this first. The consulting firm Dr. Nnaemeka Obiaraeri used on the recommendation of Zeke is based in Boston, Massachusetts. I think it's called Atodi Little. They help you to plan the Eastern region economy. Atodi Little, yeah, I know about it.
Yeah.
So, from what you've said, I can sense a lot of hope, but a lot of frustration.
Yeah.
I don't know whether hope is bigger than, I don't know whether it's more of hope or more of frustration, but it's left for anybody that has listened to you to judge. There is hope in abundance, there is frustration in situ. So what I will tell you is this, from Nigerian experience, you've experienced the politics. So I don't need to say anything, and you've reached a conclusion. What I will say is this. From what you've said, your hero seems to be Dr. Michael Ihionokara Obara, Emaya Obara. That is your hero, even without you saying it.
Yeah.
So the closest I know you will realize your ambition. Please try and see the entire Southeast. You are the next Obara in the making. See the entire Southeast as your village, as your Kigwe or Ihubo Kigwe. I think you are from Ihube Kigwe village. By that I mean, get close to the Southeast Development Commission. Try and have an audience with them. Lecture them, tell them what they should do. Now that they've just constituted it, I would like you to be their unofficial, just volunteer. I bet some of them will be listening. You get close to them and tell them that this is what you want to do. In fact, not really advising them, they should follow your lead. Although you are not the leader, you are not the chairman, you are not the CEO, but let them follow your lead. Give them your blueprint. The young chap who will lead Southeast Development Commission is from Anambra State. They look upon him almost like a replica of you of yourself, but you have an age. So I feel he's not a career politician. He will not be dogmatic. He will have an open mind to look at you. People are praising so much because he's cool, calm, steady hand, focused mind. So he will like to listen to you. Please, why I'm saying this is that having lived in the Western world, the idea you are espousing, I'm not wishing you bad, but if you are no more and the idea goes, and we are not, I won't be happy about that. So I want you to get close to Southeast Economic Development Commission. That is the closest you can get to being the next MIO. That's what we want. Forget about Nigeria. Concentrate on the Southeast. Forget everything about Nigeria. Just tell them, no. Forget about Nigeria. Concentrate on the Southeast. My father told me that Oku dakwasan nwa mụtara. Etichapụgodu m nke dị n'ahụ before nke nwa mụtara. Oku Nigeria is engulfed in a volcano. Where do you start? You start from Ihubo Okigwe, and the Ihubo Okigwe you are going to start is Southeast. Please don't listen to Nigeria. Concentrate on the Southeast. At least for the next 1 year, there will be a result. Forget about Nigeria. It doesn't exist for now, in my mind. So just for your idea to benefit us, Ndibu, please concentrate on the Southeast. If anybody needs you, they can knock at your door. Otherwise, get close to the Southeast Economic Development Commission. That is how you are going to realize and be our next MIO Bara. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Kenneth, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Good to have you here, Dr. Nnaemeka. I agree with a lot of things you've said, and I equally disagree with some. And that is the reason why I called him. You know, some of us, we've been in the business of transporting agricultural products from the northern part of Nigeria down to the east. And we can share our own side of the experience. While transporting your produce, there's what they call produce fee. Is a form of tax or levy, imposed on agricultural products while being transported from the north down to whatever part of the Nigeria you're transporting it to. You cannot pass any state without paying the state produce fee. Let's say, for example, you started off from Taraba State. You must pay the Taraba State produce fee, Benue, Enugu State, to wherever you're going to. There's no way you can pass through those states without paying those fees. And from my understanding, you don't pay to the military, not to the police. You pay to civilians. Some of these civilians, they do work together with the military. Sometimes you see them at the military checkpoints. Sometimes you see the federal and the state produce collectors working together. So you have to pay two different types of fees. Or in some states, you have them in different locations. So you have to pay for the federal and for the state. Some of us, we have taken that to be a normal in Nigeria. I don't know, from your own experience, when you were talking about extortion, you emphasize on the Southeast. In as much as I disagree with what is going on with the Anambra State government when it comes to taxation, I also believe that your experience at the head bridge on Nisha is not out of order. There is no way you pass Delta State heading down to head bridge without paying Delta State produce fee. There's no way you pass through Edo State without paying. So why is Anambra State's own an exception? And again, if you're coming through Enugu on the other side, there is no way you will pass through Enugu without paying Enugu State's produce fee. And again, when you come to Anambra State, immediately after Ezo River, you must pay that. They have their checkpoints there. You must stop there and pay. So I don't think that is out of order. The only thing that I would disagree with is when police or army are imposing a sort of collection of illegal fees from motorists or from those trucks, then I would disagree with that. Now, when you were asked about the insecurity in the Southeast, you gave an example of your farmland that was destroyed by the youth. And I believe is the youth of that land, I mean, that community. My question now is, was that land in any form of dispute between maybe the youth and some irresponsible community elders? How did you secure this land? Was it a land that is in dispute, or you genuinely bought this land from the community? Now, talking about insecurity in Southeast, prior to ESN and the Biafra Liberation Army, we had our share of experience from Fulani herdsmen coming to our farmland, raping our women, destroying our farmland with their cattle. And that was the reason, I mean, the primary reason for formation of that ESN and Biafra Liberation Army. I would not question why ESN or Biafra Liberation Army was formed, because it was formed for a reason. The likes of T.Y. and Juma, we are calling on their people to protect themselves since the federal government could not protect them. We had other northern governors or leaders calling for self-protection of their people. Why is the Southeast own different?
Yeah, Kenneth, thank you. I wanted you to round up one question. So everybody, please find your best question so that we can get to other people before our guests will leave. We've done 3 hours, 2.5 hours more than that. And so go ahead, Dr. Nnaemeka, you can answer him or respond to his comment.
Okay, Ekene. There's what we call hackney permit. Hackney permit is a kind of levy that was put together by AGON, Association of Local Governments of Nigeria, that covers all the 774 local government areas in Nigeria. And the hackney permit covers most of the levies we're talking about. It's 35,000. Any truck must have hackney permit. We have hackney permit. You talk about levies. When an agency of the state collects levies, where are those levies paid to? Is this state or local government account or to POS agents on the road, and then cash withdrawn by those agents? Now, the taxation we're talking about was not even for Anambra State. It was after Anambra into Asaba. And they took 75,000. I didn't say 7,000. You talk, those levies we're talking about are levies. There are levies that you pay into acknowledged local government coffers. Of course, you know that multiple taxation also has its implications in the cost of goods and services in any economy. And that was the whole essence of the executive tax reform bills that was put together by the Terry Oloide team, so that we'll be able to eliminate all those multiple taxation by federal, state, and local governments and unify them into one codified body. Then we'll have a waterfall through derivation. Paying the right taxes and levies is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about are extortionate points where they will put a gun on your head and demand for you to pay. So there is no local government levy at 75,000. I'll give you an example. A particular truck paid a levy that is over 1 kilo. After 2 kilometers, he saw another of the agents on the road. He gave the receipts of what he paid to them, and they withdrew one of the receipts and were harassing the guy. Unfortunately for them, the guy had a police officer who was in the car and who now saw what they did, and an issue, and they ran away. So what I'm saying that multiple taxation is not. I can give you an example. I produced the bag of rice at the mill for 68,000 naira. The bag of rice ended up being sold for 100,000 naira because I have to pay for the logistics. Every of the cost that we incur, we will divide it and put it on top of the last consumer who will pay for the goods, and which is not good for the welfare of the Southeast. Now, you talk about both of us are on the same side. How did even ESN came to be? It's part of the irresponsibility and gap in leadership in Ali Igbo. Remember when this issue of madness started? The Southwest formed Amatokun. Remember, the far Southwest was proactive to form Amatokun because these terrorist herdsmen were everywhere. The Southeast governors could not do anything. They were pussyfooting. And because there was absence of leadership and there was a gap, that was how ESN came to be. And you and I know that when you give arms to a very uncoordinated entity, even no matter how well intentioned you are, some criminal element may try to abuse it. And because it's not a structured arrangement, you cannot control that criminal element. And one thing about handing over arms to an uncoordinated group is that the criminal element over time may overpower the genuine intention of the good ones. And they will paint everybody in black light. And of course, you will also not forget that some state-sponsored actors may also come in there to discredit them. You remember Asari Dokuba confessed of his activities in Imo State. Is Asari Dokuba part of ESN? Is Asari Dokuba part of the Ebubenketa that Hope set up in Imo State? Those are the kind of lawlessness that we have when you have absence of leadership. Take, for instance, Anambra State. When Peter became, I gave you the example of what Peter did. You and I know, and I've shared this thing with the governors. If the Imo State governor is sincere, and he says today, we have 305 electoral ward, he said every community, I've shared with them on how we can tackle insecurity in Imo State. Every community, give us 30 or 50 of your sons. The community knows the good, the bad and ugly. They'll select the good ones. You train them and you equip them. The same thing with every community. It will take about 32 billion. I've showed them how they can stop the Security Trust Fund. If you have your community youth gainfully employed, you create clusters, and you hand over security to the people, they will protect themselves. Lawful terror, the ties on lawful terror. If you're in a family, you are 8. One person has AK-47, and he is the idiot in the family. As long as all of you are weaklings, if he, anytime he exhausts his money, he will cock his AK-47. Everybody will release. But if in the family of 8, 6 of you have AK-47, that bad one that has AK-47 will advise himself, either he leaves the family or people will liquidate him. So the problem we have in our Igbo today is that we have a responsible leader. Let me tell you, if I'm the governor of Imo State, I bet you our people want people they can trust. If a governor is trusted by the people, if a governor has the confidence and legitimacy of the people, and they truly believe that he is responsible, he can protect them, he has their best interests at heart, he is not subject to any external influence, they will listen to him and they will help him to secure their state 24/7. It was easy for Peter to beat Anambra because Anambra people trusted Peter. They believed in him. They knew he was not there to loot their money, and he was very transparent. Transparency and accountability and responsible leadership eliminates all manner of gaps for anybody to exploit. The gap we have in Igbo today is a gap created by absence of quality and responsible leadership in the mood of Michael Okpara, and the most recent in the mood of Peter Obi.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Nnaemeka. Thank you.
I should give you
Thank you.
I'm holding my phone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Answer next.
All right. Welcome to the show, Dr. Nnaemeka. And Ali. Dr. Rudolph, thank you for hosting another show and bringing quality, high quality guests to this program. Then, of course, Dr. CM. By the way, Dr. CM, I'm going to use your name as it's shown on the screen now. You have not to be perfect, that's better. This is where, when we, myself, humbly talking about good, which is an adjective, and over there, you're saying you don't want to be the superlative, but rather to be the comparative, which is better. So I'm going to use that when I address Dr. Nnaemeka. And then, again, my brother, Chim, from God's own state, and on the politics, the rest of the people in the comment section. Welcome to the show. Dr. Nnaemeka, I have to tell you, I don't have a lot of time. You see, when he was approaching me, Rudolph was admonishing Kene about time. It's talking to me, right? It's my turn next. He does it every week. So what I want to do is to make some comments, and then you could talk all day. He's not going to bother you. So let me go ahead and start by saying, you're a very brilliant guy, practical, theory. You've got it all here. You've elucidated that when I was listening here. You get all the solutions for Nigeria's problem, but we have a problem in the country, which I'm going to ask you a yes or no question first, and then I continue. I'm going to say the overarching problem we have in the country is that of tradition. We have an Islamic tradition, and then we have the Western tradition. Do you think we have that intersection, and it's a big problem for us?
The problem we have in Nigeria, like you rightly pointed, we have different civilizations, conflicting civilizations coming together under one umbrella. And if you look back, before independence, Obafemi Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, Tafawa Balewa, Herbert Macaulay, Zeke, they all had conferences and summits where they agreed on a constitutional and physical framework that clearly identified our divergences and that will harness our strengths. If you look at the constitutional and physical framework of Nigeria, we had stronger constituent units and a weak center. We had like something like a confederacy between 1960 to 1966. There was tribalism, there was ethnicity, but people grew at their own paces. People looked inward because whatever you produce, you keep for yourself and you pay little to the center. The problem we have today is that we have conflicting civilizations being yoked together under one quasi-unity system of government that is not working. And I will tell you the truth, as currently constituted, Nigeria will never work. Even if you bring an angel, after an angel had gone and the devil comes over, he will destroy what the angel had done. The only way for Nigeria to move forward is the issue that Kemi Badenoch has raised. Kemi said something very, very instructive. And people are trying to dilute it. Kemi said, he has nothing to do with Shetima and the Northeast. Kemi said that she's, first of all, she's Yoruba. Remember, Kemi was born British. She only came to Nigeria as a teenager because her parents wanted her to come to at least normal Nigerian men and women. When they give birth to children, they want them to go back, at least know their roots. Most of you will do it. And of course, she came to Nigeria and she had some ugly experiences that she took back to the UK. And of course, when she highlighted it, Shetima, being the arrogant person he is, some of the problems we have in Nigeria, rather than address those issues, started attacking her name and everything. And Kemi, rightly, Kemi said, first of all, I am Yoruba. I have nothing to do with Northern Nigeria. I'm only part of Nigeria because my parents were born into Nigeria. And I also concur with what he said. My grandfather, Obiaraeri, when I was not born in Nigeria, he was born before 1914. My father happened to be a Nigerian. I happen to be a Nigerian because I was born by Nigerians, and that is it. So if we want to fix Nigeria, we have conflicting. Of course, you saw what happened in 2023. And the gulf keeps on widening. All we need to do is for us to go back and pick the 1963 Constitution, dust it, adopt whole line and sinker, the physical, governance, resource production and control framework, and devolve the 4 regions into 6 regions. Let each constituent unit, group, let each region control their own fate. Let the individual choose how they want to govern themselves. Let them produce their revenue and pay tax of 50% to the center.
All right.
Let the center be very, very weak. If not, this country will not work.
Doc, I could see Rudolph. Rudolph, let me ask for additional couple of minutes to say the following.
No, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I applaud you for giving them another chance. I don't think that it's going to work. No matter how much chance we give them, and the reason is what you said earlier. We have a different tradition. They don't believe in democracy here from the north. Now, I could do an experiment with you, which is to give Rudolph, if you haven't now, give us, how does Rudolph have Northern Muslims come on this platform right now? Try to bring the country together so we can have discussion. We don't know how to bring them in here to talk, right? You have people from all over Nigeria here, but they're not here. So if you have a solution that's practical, tell us so that they could come here and then we could tell them they'd be like a vector carrying back to their place. They turned up the beavers where we spent 400 billion naira to conduct an election. And they just turned it off by provocation, which is to say, see, when you're in a relationship where somebody has no respect for you, to where they've gotten to the point they say, do your worst. There's no other reason to talk. So I'm saying respectfully to you, and a lot of our intellectuals who are mostly pacifists, because in their nature, they want to solve the problem, right? I'm saying to you, we've gotten to where they've captured our people. Even somebody like Dele Fara to me right now, right? Nnaemeka Onyeka, who was basically telling the truth. They have him in a good. That's provocation. Why should I go back to some kind of constitution we had in the past rather than to do it the way Pakistan did it, and with India, Bangladesh, the Jews in Israel are doing it with Palestinians. Nobody has the solution that is that where you have the kind of percentages we have live together with Sunni Muslims. They don't want to listen. So what I'm saying is that we have to do by force. We have to. Let me just land that, Rudolph. This is important. You brought somebody this quality here. I'm saying that, and nobody wants to hear it, but then don't make them do it. It's not me who is telling you what they're doing. We must stop them from doing what they're doing. We cannot have them turn off their beavers with impunity forever. They will forget about it. Where we elected somebody, we told our people, go and get your PVC and vote. Then you just turn it off at night. Now it's unacceptable. I believe that the consequences of turning off their beavers is gonna be war. We're gonna have to stop them from doing this. No going back to anything. As proposed, I'm on the right of Nnaemeka Onyeka and Simon Ekpa. I propose we take them over. We can defeat them in a war. So what are we afraid of?
All right, thank you.
Capturing our people, Dele Fara to me, it's in there. Anybody who tells the truth, they capture them. It's like do your worst. Thank you very much, and sir, hopefully we see again under another circumstance because you have the practical solution. I believe that CM gave you a good advice. Concentrate on our people to grow our yams, and there's nothing they have in the north. We cannot produce tenfold better than we're doing over there. We just let them to do that so we could engineer some satellites, AI, go to space while they're doing the cows. But if they're gonna use it to hold us by the balls, we'll go back and do our thing. We could do it.
All right,
so
thank you.
They're not here, so the only way they're gonna know what I'm saying is that somebody gossiped and told them. They won't come here to listen to the lights.
All right, thank you, Pansat. Let's. You have any comments? If you have, Dr.
No, I just want to. I'm surprised he has exited. Issue also because if you claim you're following somebody, then you must also understand what the person's ideology is. You remember in 2017, MNAK said something. You know that was the time they had a meeting with when Ben Nwabeze was alive, Professor Ben Nwabeze. You know, he wanted to broker peace and to make everything straight. And the MNAK laid down the marker. And what he said was exactly what I was trying to say here, that we need to go back to the constitutional framework that worked for us. He simply said, give us seaport, give us international gateway, allow the embassies to be in Enugu and Owerri. I don't know why my grandmother will have to fly to Lagos to get visa to travel abroad. Let us have our own arrangement where we'll have our rate racks that will cover our legal. He laid down this thing, and he told the governors, if you go in there and you can extract this thing for me, I will lay down every agitation and we will continue the way we are. What basically was asking was for autonomous region. Every ethnic nationality, every region, control your destiny. Remember that in 1960, Obafemi Awolowo was even reputed to have even asked that secession. Obafemi Awolowo was, in fact, one of the most pragmatics of all the founding fathers was Obafemi Awolowo. He even wanted secession to be inserted in the constitution. Remember, he wanted secession because he knew that a time will come when this may not be the way we agree. It's okay, let people go their way separately. Others shut him down. That peaceful secession was not inserted there. And we all know the truth. Let us tell ourselves the truth. War will not solve any problem. Even after fighting war, you must still come back to the negotiation. Even after the Second World War, both the win and the losing parties also came to the negotiation table to come and discuss peace and armistice. So basically, rather than war, and that is where we need to ask our own people who are in power, who are, of course, are you seeing the United Kingdom? The Scottish National Party, which represents Scottish interests, are part of the National Parliament in Westminster. Remember, there was a time they moved for them to have their own independence. They had a referendum, and they lost in that referendum. They did not fight about it. They went back again. But they, as part of the big United Kingdom, elected people that protect the interest of the Scots. If we have responsible governors, if we have responsible men in the Senate and House of Rep, if we have responsible men in the state assemblies who truly love Ali Igbo, they will be the ones. Of course, you saw the way the North came up together against the tax bill. You saw the way the governor of Borno State was speaking vehemently against the president. None of the governors in the Southeast will have the guts to speak that way. So what you should be asking, rather, the truth is, we lack men with balls. We lack men with balls. I tell you, if I am in the Senate, see, they will suspend me every week. I won't take the rubbish. If I stand up and talk on the floor, you don't listen. I will organize. As I'm stepping out, I am calling BBC. I will be holding world person. I will so embarrass you guys that you will be forced to listen and articulate this. The problem we have, and I say it, my brother Pansa, and that is why you see some of this we are trying to do in terms of trying to build wealth and the economic power in the Southeast. War benefits nobody. Our job is to make sure that we are able to pull and put our people on the spot to do the right things. Thank you.
I said we had an election and they shut off the. Let me say something. Right? Relax.
Doctor, it's not about that. We have to care about other people who are in the panel, and we want to hear them. And the guest has to go.
I'll be gone in a minute. Just give me 30 seconds. I'll be gone. Not only am I going to end my comment, I'll be gone. You get rid of me. But what I'm saying is this, Doctor. I said that our people went and voted for the right people. For example, in the presidential would have been Peter will be there, right? So in Imo State, where you're from, the Supreme Court picked him. He's not our leader. He came in fourth or thought our people are savvy. So what I'm saying to you is that this kind of provocation, who doesn't know that peace is better than war? But peace is not an absence of war. The problem is that the provocation is one that we have to have a conflict. I'm not choosing it, but you cannot in the abstract say this is precluded. I'm saying that besides, if they want survival of the fittest, why should I exit if I know I could take them over? Do you understand? All I'm saying to you is that you cannot determine the state by abstraction. We have to deal with the animal we have at hand. It's our country, our father brought independence. If anybody's going to leave, it's going to be them who came in there. And they're making trouble. They don't believe in democracy. So no prescription, to me, it's going to be complete without solving the problem. We have to drain the swamp.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Pansat. Let's go to Obi.
I think one of our problems as a people is that it's not that we don't have people of integrity or people of courage, but we lack men who can actually set law and uphold the laws and rules that they set. I think that's one of our major problems. Doctor, welcome to the gang. I think it's the SDP presidential candidate, Prince Adebayo, that said that we young people are victims of history. But I think I would like to say it's not just young people. We as people generally, we are a victim of history. And Doctor, I'm holding this against you, but at the same time, I understand the time constraint here. In response to Pansat's question, you alluded that we should go back to 1963 Constitution. But on the other hand, you take Obasanjo from, as far as I'm concerned, it should be in the gutter, but you put it to the highest pedestrian we can ever see. Now, let me touch a little bit on history. Obasanjo was the architect under his watch that the 1979 Constitution that ushered the democracy then that brought Yar'Adua to power was under him that he orchestrated that constitution, which actually gives us the presidential system that we are having today. Fast forward to 1999, it was not a coincidence that he still be the one under his watch that this current constitution that we are having is in play. We should also have to put into consideration that between that 1979 to 89, that Obasanjo come back to power, where we have the military, we have Third Mainland Bridge, we have National Theatre, we have so much. In fact, we have Abuja. Now, I am putting all this to say the Obasanjo that you are putting on high pedestal is the architect of the constitution that they actually put us in this situation. Now, let's go into the 1999, his administration between 1999 to 2007 that you are praising him of, that debt were forgiven, he did this and that. No, that is not the actual fact. That's not the accurate fact. That's not what happened. You said it yourself that a lot of sanctions was meted on Nigeria because of the military regime that we are in. Now, one of the agreements is that if we can get rid of the military and come in with the democracy, those sanctions and every other investment will come back to Nigeria. And that's what happened. Means that regardless of who won the presidency at that time, either him or whoever, we will see how to enjoy what we enjoyed during Obasanjo. So those debt forgiveness was not just because Obasanjo is a genius or a assembled team. Now, when we want to actually X-ray the team that they assemble, those are the agents of what the brand new institution that we are talking about today. All of them, you mentioned them from McKinsey to JP Morgan Chase that came to work with us. They came because the investments are back. And what was the cost of those investments? We lost every of our national assets. So the idea that he is the ultimate, but at the same time we should go back to the 1963 Constitution, I'm lost.
All right, thank you, Obie. Dr. Nnaemeka.
Mhm.
Any answer to him?
Where do I even start? Okay, let me. I want to point out one thing. You talked about Obasanjo giving us 1979 Constitution. Are you aware that between 1979 to 1983, we had a Latif Jakonde in Lagos State, Samuel Lumbakwe in Old Imo State, made up of Imo and Abia State, that did wonders in that 4 years under that the same 1999 Constitution? Are you aware? Are you aware of the records of Samuel Mbakwe? Mbakwe built Imo Concord Hotel in 2 years. The same Imo Concord Hotel that they want to use to steal 21 billion naira to rehabilitate it. The truth is, and we may argue it as
why
much
are
as
you recommending? Why are you recommending 63 Constitution then? If that is so if this is so wonderful.
wait. I'm recommending the 63 Constitution because the 1960 and the 1963 Constitution captured the agreement entered into by our founding fathers before we became independent. Unlike what we had in 1979, unlike what we had in 1999, where Abdul Salam impaneled some team led by 1 or 2 people to just write something and they said, we the people. The 1963 and 1960 Constitution, we are a constitution that we are made by the people. Remember, the 1963 Constitution was the constitution that gave birth to the Midwest, that was carved out of the old Western Nigeria through a referendum. You know, some of us will keep on talking about referendum. Referendum has actually happened in this country before. When Nigeria became independent in 1960, we had only 3 regions, North, East, and West. It was under the 1963 Republican Constitution that had a provision for referendum, that the Midwest was able to conduct a referendum and ceded out of the Midwest to stand on their own as an autonomous region. Like I said, Nigeria, just like the UAE, just like the US, can work if we have a confederacy kind of thing that allowed people that are homogeneous or that share the same kind of civilization to live together, work together, grow together at their own pace, and contribute to the center. Do you know that if we had a confederacy kind of arrangement where people are allowed to control their destiny, somebody in Kanu will not destroy beer bottle and beer crates and beer trucks and expect somebody in Owerri to collect his VAT and then give him the large chunk because he had phantom population and the 40 local government area. If you had autonomous, do you know that in 1963, the regions had their own sub-embassies in the UK and US? Are you aware? Are you aware that Michael Okpara had his own commercial diplomatic in the UK? And let me come in. Let me tell you this. The truth is, any Igbo man who is very, very smart will tell you that the world is our community. The world is, let me tell you, sometimes why we ask for allow us to, let me tell you, if we go back to that constitutional framework, even if they not want to keep the presidency for 25 years, let them keep. Because if we had an arrangement where everything we produce in our region, we can keep it and pay tax to the center. We have the freedom to generate our own power and distribute among ourselves. We have our own regional police to protect ourselves without recourse to Abuja. We can build our railway. We have our own seaport and our international gateway. We have the embassy in Enugu and Owerri. Why is anybody asking to go? People are asking to go because they are marginalized. Somebody asked me that question. Why will my grandmother have to go to Abuja to go for visa interview when he can drive 1 hour to Owerri if there's embassy in Owerri? And these things were there before. In Enugu, the embassies were there. The regional government of Eastern Nigeria had their own consulate offices in UK and in America. So, my brother, some of us must try to go back and study history. I am a good student of history. I take out time. And I don't know how many of us have taken time to read the 1960 Constitution, to review the physical framework and what we have now. What we have today is not Constitution. What we have today are couple documents by Abdullah Abubakar and his gangsters. And that is why we are where we are today. So I want to implore, and for us to even have it, for us to even begin to negotiate and discuss, we must have bold men. And I say this, do you know if we have 5 governors in the Southeast who are very bold and who can talk the mind of Ndigbo, everybody will sit up. You talked about somebody that number 4 became number 1. And a re-election was held in Imo State in November 2023. Let me tell you something that will shock you. 99% of the ad hoc staff that conducted election in Imo State are Ndigbo. The 27 electoral officers were Ndigbo. The returning officer was only Igbo. Abia State was not rigged because Nnaemeka stood his ground and said, I will not allow it. They dragged her to Abuja. She refused. If the 305 ward collection officers who refused to change the results, if the 27 local government electoral officers who refused to change, let me tell you, I am not saying it, I'm saying it on live television. Anybody knows that in my ward, you cannot rig an election in my polling booth. My father gave birth to 6 boys and 2 girls. Ask anybody. Even before we were so poor. But people knew us for one thing, because my father is a man who believed in principles. The deputy governor of Imo State then was his childhood friend. They will never allow PDP. The only place Ojukwu won an election in our ward was in our polling booth. We stood our ground. Nobody will rig. My younger brother was thrown into a booth and carried away. The second one came and said, kill me, you will not rig. If we as Ndigbo, no external person came to conduct election in the Southeast, all the criminal things that were uploaded on Beavers, or the ones they wrote after Beavers was shut down, were written by our people. APC scored 69,000 votes in Imo State. You and I know that there was no vote for APC in Imo State. In Okigwe, they wrote 39,000 votes for APC. In my own ward, there was no election anywhere because of insecurity, but they wrote 11,000 votes. What are we talking about here? People that wrote that are Ndigbo, not Fulani, not Hausa, not Muslims, not Yoruba. If all of us as a people, if Nnaemeka says you can't rig in my ward, you said nobody can rig, you now call your brothers in the village and warn them that you will cut them off if they rig for APC. Nobody, Nnaemeka, if not for Nnaemeka, Abia will have been in prison today. Why we blame the president? We should blame ourselves. They are able to do what they do because a majority of us are very greedy at the whip of the dollar. Who are those that launder money for them in America and the UK? Who helped them to buy properties? There are people. Every one of us should stand up and stand for what is right. And when we do it, this land will move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Nnaemeka, and thank you, Ovie. Let's go finally to Chim. Chim, you have the final question.
And it will be a very short one. Thank you very much. Because I didn't meet the initial conversation, so I don't really have deep context on which to ask any question. It will be very unfair. The only thing I want to say is thank you for your candor and being bold enough to speak the truth. And just to add to one of the things you said, for those who don't want to know history, because people call me a lot and say all sorts of things, and sometimes I wonder what books exactly they read. Before the Midwest referendum you're mentioning, we had a referendum that carved away Cameroon, a part of Nigeria, and it became Cameroon. So people always come here and say things, and they wanted to go. A referendum was held. They were part of the Southeast, and they said they wanted to join their kids and brethren in Cameroon, and they left. That is actually the Ambazonia group today we're having problems. Many people think that we come here just to come and talk. Go read your books properly before you come and ask questions. And as for Kenya in the UK, I'm also very happy that somebody is bold enough to realize that she's not stupid. She knows what she's saying. Yeah. I've heard people come to say all manner of things about her, and I tell them the lady is strategic. Whether she eventually wins or not, she has already broken a ceiling of leading a major political party in the UK as a black person. It doesn't matter if her party doesn't win majority eventually, or if Nigerians choose to go and vote against her because of the things she's saying, those of them who are there and eligible to vote, is up to you. But the point is, she's not saying anything all of us don't know. Unfortunately, what I just realized with us Nigerians is that we know the problem, we cry about the problem, but when someone else says that thing, it's like the husband and wife that don't want an outsider to get involved in their quarrel. Perhaps that's our attitude as Nigerians. So honestly, I've listened to everything you said. I really have no question for you to ask. I listen to you a lot when you speak on Arise and other things. Sometimes I have a few of your videos I say that I go back to listen to. The solution to Nigeria is clear. It's just that some of us want to be blinded about it. But I hope that some of the irritants that are coming up recently will force us to do a rethink on how to restructure that country. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Nnaemeka, I'll give you a chance to give your final concluding thoughts. But along the way, maybe you can address this. Going off what Ovie tried to talk about, I was at Yale University where P2B and Obi Ezekwesili had a panel discussion. And this issue came up about going back to the 1963 Constitution. P2B was of the opinion that if we had that Constitution in place, that he...
So, put me on the backside, please. I'll be back later.
That he will be the leader of the opposition, going by the number of, I think, what did he say? Well, he will be in the parliament if we are running the parliamentary system. And his voice will be heard, and he will be challenging the government in power, the way it's done in the UK. And Obi was against that. And Obi's position was that constitution or that structure failed, especially in the Western region, and that led to the coup that happened in 1966. So there is that debate. So I want you to, maybe you can touch on that while you give your closing remarks.
The parliamentary system never failed. It failed because Akintola submitted himself to be used by the Northern People's Congress against the West. That was what happened. The same thing that is happening in the Southeast. People have given themselves up to be used against their people. And I say this thing to everybody who can listen. See, I don't so much believe in recrimination. I don't so much believe that anybody can hold me down against my will if I sincerely want to get off from where I am being held. The Igbo nation is too powerful to be held down if we are very sincere. See, Rudolph, what I see is that people come out in the public, they grandstand, They say all manner of things. But at a little whiff of the dollar, they will change 360 degrees from their position. Elections were held in Nigeria. If all the participants in that election, from the 176,824 polling officers to the 8,809 ward collection officers to the 774 local government EOs to the 36 government state collection officers, if each and every one of them had stood their ground like Professor Nnaemeka, shut down Bivaso, shut in Bivaso, remove Bivaso, eliminate Bivaso, nothing will have been changed. Because somebody will have to write and sign and seal before you can transmit to the next level. Nena stood her ground. They wrote 109,000 votes from Opingwa to smuggling. She refused. She was threatened. All manner of offers were given to her. She refused. They ferried her to Abuja. Only God knew what they did to her. The woman still came back and refused. And today, Abia is having a new lease of life. Because one woman, not a man, stood her ground and I said no. And I say it. If in Imo State, the people that conduct election in the Southeast, remember, they said the vote of the Southeast was suppressed because some areas where they took election materials late. Who are the drivers that took it late? Who are the officers that ordered those? They are Igbo. We are known in the olden days as people who respected the white man. When they came to the old Eastern Nigeria, never saw prison, never saw madmen, because we had a culture. I grew up in a village where women were so powerful. One of my uncles smoked Indian hemp. The women gathered and carried all manner of death in my village and came and poured in front of my father's house. The next day, my father kicked his brother out because my father doesn't want anybody that will bring shame to him. His blood brother, the same mother, the same father. That was powerful communal laws. We had a law. You don't dare allow your goat straight into another person's farm. If the person catches that goat, it's become pepper soup and asu for the rest of the community. The problem we have is that we have our value system eroded. Everybody wants to. Have you seen the average Igbo man? You're holding party. If you don't see politicians around, you've not arrived. You're opening your house. You want governor, you want commissioner to act. You want bandits to come and open your house, and you still think you have value system. When we get to the point in our Igbo, we are known for people that hold disdain for iniquity, for corruption, for thievery at any level. An Igbo man is respected by the value he holds at the highest esteem. Some of us can grandstand. And I say to anybody, people that will tell about you are your wife, your children, your brothers and sisters, your colleagues in the office, your employers and your employees. When each and every one of us decide to be people of character, standing for what is right, speaking the truth. If I say the truth, let me tell you, I am 52 years old. If I die now, I did not die early. And I'm not dying, and nobody can kill me. I will stand the see, let me tell you, I have worked in more than 7 banks. Go and ask. You don't try when you're doing your shenanigans, you don't come near my desk. It will not happen. And that is the truth. People, I have a father. I was 9 years old when my father was the chairman of Agri and Other Workers Union, ADC under Mbakwe. Their GM embezzled money, and they were saying that the man must go. Mbakwe must sack the man. Everybody refused. As my father said, believed I'm his father reincarnated. So anytime he wants to take some tough decisions, he will invite me to sit beside him. If he want to do anything, he will turn and ask me, should I do this? I was 9 years old, but I could understand what my father was doing. My father's salary was once a month. He had only Honda 175. My father was offered 5,000 naira bribe with a 504 car for him to call off the strike so that the man will be spared. My father refused. A father of 8 children on a salary of 1,000 naira refused a bribe of 5,000. I was the only person with him before him because he didn't even allow my mother to come in. He believed he saw me as his father. So he's talking to me. He's remembering his father and thought that he will not make any mistake in his choice of decisions. 3 3 months after, when they were rationalizing, they sacked him. And see, he died. People, when the day he died, people said the truth died. His best friend became deputy governor. For 8 years, he was deputy governor. He told him they are no longer friends because the guy was not doing what is right. We must get to a point as Ndibo, we will stand for what is right individually. When each and every one of us stand for what is right, no external factor can subjugate us. Most of these people you see doing all manner of agitation, they are using it to extort more money from people. And that is the truth. Because any man who is sincere cannot be doing it at home every Monday. We lose 9 billion naira. We lose over 90 billion naira every day. We sit at home in the southeast. The people who are sitting at home don't care. Hope Uzodinma does not stay in Imo State. He's always in Abuja. He will collect his fact. He will share it. You guys are free to burn down the state. He does not care. The earlier we begin to tell ourselves the truth and stand for what is right and do what is right and salvage this land, starting from our very homes, the better for us. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nnaemeka Onyeka. We really love the time you spent with us, more than 3 hours. We appreciate you. Hopefully in not too distant time, we'll call on you again to come and join us. Thank you. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. So we take a break. When we come back, we do our feedback. Thank you. We'll do our feedback and then continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nnaemeka. Thank you for coming. Much, much, much appreciated. Thank you.
Chukuna malugo yo biadi ocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fege meo Nuche chukwa busia ifege meo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebi vesolea Mano agaranya mua Oboye afyozie nipa kwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezio lisa Kodili ma kodili bebo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we beluge beluo Kodili ma kodili bebo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wane Nikadie zibo himo Nekwe kona bia Nanya na kebe Nekwe kona bia Ebem jelu ekweje Gwanu mi femgeme Umu wa watanu Gwanu mi femgeme ejimgugwo, 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 ekwe, ekwe mbadike ekwe, ekwe mbadike ekwe, ekwe anọkwa mbeme ijelobia, anọkwa mbeme ijelobia, iwe bụ akpa ego wee bịa, iwe dọkwasị m n'ụkwụ, iwe na-ayọ m wee jụ, iwe na-ebe akwa, ị na-ebe akwa onye na-eti gị ekwe, ekwe mgbadike ekwe, onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya, ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya, onye ife m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya, ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya, selense.
Sparkling excellence in all his academic pursuit. He is an accomplished investment banker, world-acclaimed economist, and a bullish entrepreneur. He is a highly passionate advocate of the Southeast development, with an unshaken belief in the capacity of the region to be the manufacturing and agro hub of the nation. His name is Obiaraeri, Onyeka Nnaemeka. Born in his hometown of Amagwu Ihube Autonomous Community, Okigwe local government area in Imo State on October 10th, 1972, the young Nnaemeka had his primary and post-primary education in the beautiful city of Owerri, attending St. Teresa Primary School, Samuel Nyamanze Memorial Primary School, and Emmanuel College. Obiaraeri demonstrated his academic prowess at the Kaduna State Polytechnic, graduating as the best student in the 1995 National Diploma class in Accounting and Finance. At the Abia State University, Uturu, he also graduated at the top of his faculty with a Bachelor of Science in Banking and Finance. He holds an MSc in Corporate Governance from Leeds Metropolitan University in the United Kingdom. Obiaraeri is a financial engineer and a consummate investment banker. A fellow of the Chartered Institute of Credit Administration, Obiaraeri is a recipient of several awards for his professional work and community service. His vast experience span across various major financial institutions, including as head, capital market, and research of Legacy Guardian Express Bank, now Heritage Bank, head, project finance and private equity funds management of Oceanic Bank, now EcoBank, pioneer head, corporate finance and private equity management at Bank PHB, now Keystone Bank, and lots more. He is currently the managing director / CEO of Taurus Capital and Advisory Services Limited. He also sits in the board of various organizations, both within and outside Nigeria. Obiaraeri, whose banking exploits earned him the moniker Emeka Banking, also ventures in and out of partisan politics in a bid to realize his vision for the Southeast region. In 2015, he contested for the Imo State House of Assembly to represent the Okigwe constituency under the platform of APGA. He also ran as the deputy governorship candidate of the United Progressives Party, UPP, in the 2018 Imo State election. The UPP governorship candidate described Obiaraeri as a man who has distinguished himself and championed a lot of investments across the length and breadth of this country, and he is a trainer administrator. Obiaraeri Onyeka Nnaemeka is also a passionate philanthropist. He has supported widows by providing shelter and clothing for them. He has donated vehicles to women groups, clergy, and educational institutions to ease transportation. Dr. Obiaraeri has provided transformers for rural electrification for various communities in Okigwe local government area. He also provides business grants to youths, women, and artisans. His bursary and scholarship scheme has given succor to many students in their educational pursuit. When he speaks of development in the Southeast, he exudes passion. That burning passion is what drives him to continue to provide innovative solutions to the developmental challenges facing the region and Nigeria.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us. Let's do a quick review.
Doctor,
Yeah,
I senior
yeah.
pastor for this platform.
You're
Now
what?
for age, now for age, pastor fit senior me, but for this platform, I senior am.
Yeah, I know. I know.
So the benefits where you dey agricultural, but I don't think it has earned it yet. But we will now. Now no we allow us take advantage of them. Why?
No,
Even
no,
you too,
no.
you see my question. You see the question I'm trying to ask, which you know exactly where that question stands. Even when you read, try to react the question, you see dodge out. I mean, let us be fair in our dealings.
Let's start with KJ, who didn't get a chance to ask a question, and then we'll come down. KJ, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. So
I didn't see you, KJ. I didn't know. I don't know when you came in, but I think
no, it's okay. I didn't have any question to ask.
Okay.
CM actually. Oh, sorry, the last speaker actually did. Chim did. Go to what I was going to say. I enjoyed him. I've been listening to you from back, and he's very animated. He's the kind of people who like to interview on TV because he gives you all the all the nuggets you want to use for any whatever you want to, however you want to edit it. You have enough information to carry along. It's very entertaining also. So I enjoyed every bit of it. There was no dull moment in especially the fact he's very upbeat person. So it was good listening to him. Very educative. Some of the information he shared we know, some we don't know, and so I learned a lot. And again, like I said, he kind of narrated some of the stories that we've been talking about when Igbo men want to pass information to their children, how they do it and how they do it and how it is done. And so I was happy listening to him. Thank you so much for bringing him. And I hear other people also thanking you for bringing someone like that who can give us information that we will, chew on, all of us. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let's go to Kenneth.
Yes, Dr. Damages, thank you once again for having this kind of guest to come and educate a lot of us. Yes, he's well informed, and as you can see, the hype man detailing his resume is, I don't know what is wrong with that hype man. But, they say that you can't hide the moon. When it's out to shine, it must shine, So Dr. Nnaemeka is very educated, as you all can see, well informed with what is going on in Nigeria. I agree with him in a lot of things, but I differ in some. So I agree with him when it comes to, I on the comment section, I didn't know what I don't want to say shout, but I say I like this man. When he was telling us if he were in the National Assembly, be getting suspension every day. I like this kind of person. I know great attitude that you must listen to what his people want. You must give him a listening ear. I like that kind of person, not the kind of person that when you shout on, he will just come like ice, So I like that spirit, the spirit of I know greed. But the question I asked, I think I would say that he forgot to answer that question when he told us how his farmland was destroyed in some part of Igbo land. And I wanted to know who actually did the destruction. Was it the youth of that community? And I think from his explanations, the destruction came from the youth of the community. And this is unlike our people. We don't do that. From where I come from, and I think is replicated in other part of Igbo land, you don't destroy crops. Some of us see it as a taboo to destroy crops.
It's an abomination in Igbo land.
Abomination, yes. It's an abomination to destroy crops. That can only happen if the land in question is in serious dispute. We all know how some, I don't want to use some languages on our elders, how some careless elders will team up, emerge as leaders and begin to sell community land that everybody owned together, they will begin to sell it off. So I wanted to know if that land was actually in dispute. I think that's the only way.
He acknowledged that during the interview when he said it first.
Okay.
He acknowledged that. Yeah.
Okay,
That but they didn't know. They didn't know when they acquired it.
But the body, okay. So that was the clarification I wanted to, because I know Igbo land, southeast is the most, is the safest part of Nigeria where everybody is free to come and invest. It's very surprising to hear the likes of this man that used to be in PDP, and he was found wanting in criminal activities. He was arrested, and then he joined journalism and now employed by Arise TV. When he was saying that in Igbo land, Igbo people don't sell land to people. I wanted to ask him to go now, let him rush now. There's this boy in Anambra State, Bilod. He's seriously selling off his he's selling properties in one of his estates in Oka. Ruben Abati should go and buy. You are free to buy. There is one again, very beautiful place in Oka. They call it Oka Millennium City. It's a very big, beautiful estate. It's on sale. Ruben Abati and his likes should go and buy. Nobody's stopping them. We have real estate agents everywhere in Southeast selling off properties. Nobody is stopping you from buying. But the thing that actually made me start looking at Ruben Abati as somebody that needs to go and take bed in Iyenu Hospital is that Ruben Abati now refused to tell us how many of his people, I don't want to call the ethnic group, how many of his people has purchased land in the northern part of Nigeria. For example, let's use Zamfara as an example. How many Yoruba person has purchased land in Zamfara state? But if you go to Zamfara today, Igbo people own lands there, own property there. So Igbo people are everywhere. So you cannot sit in your village and then begin to tell us what is happening in the market. Something is definitely wrong with such a person. He should get up and go and acquire properties in Igbo land. Nobody's stopping you from acquiring that.
All right. Thank you, Kenneth. Ovie.
Yeah, remember I was telling you yesterday, well, maybe now off a topic that I get an offer for you. I think what your guest fits into what I actually have in mind. I think the time constraint is not, the time is not fair for me. He has a lot to say, and he has said a lot. That's a fact. There's so many things from economy to power. There's so much he has said, right? So I think he needs now. This is the first way you go sit down with for like 3 hours straight, right? Just to, because there's so many things I want to hold him against. I mean, especially not just say when people they use countries as an example, China or da. It's important for us to put context to it, right? The history before that country be like that, why that country be like that. It helps us to actually understand why our elites they behave with what they are doing. Because if you look if you pay attention, the question I asked him was, on one hand, when he respond to Pansat, is recommending 1963 constitution. Okay, but on the other hand, you are glorifying Obasanjo, and I was like, hold on a minute. The constitution that you are holding so much, now Obasanjo now squash him. He died when Obasanjo come to power. When the youth school come out, they assassinate Murtala Mohammed. A lot of people don't know this. Why they assassinate him? Again, when I thought say we are back in the 60s, that's what I'm talking about. So when they assassinate him, when BJ Obasanjo come, they have to now polish the constitution that usher the next democracy in, which is Yaradua. When they don't say, now Obasanjo, they don't understand what happened. Now, the difference between that constitution and the one when they come, because it is not a coincidence, right, that they bring and come up for prison to come and champion the new constitution that they know so much about. Because now that first one when they bring also now in the beginning of our presidential system, so they just polish them a little bit to give us what we have today. So how come you are recommending to pass that we should go back to 63 constitution, but on the other hand, Obasanjo is the upper and omega? It doesn't add up. So if you want to glorify Obasanjo, We have to put everything together. Even the credit that everybody is giving Obasanjo when Obasanjo come, free debt, free debt. It's because you don't understand how the world works. And I'm not saying he doesn't understand. That's why I said there's a lot because he crushed a lot of things there when he was talking about the sanction. Because no people know they able to talk about that. For him to understand that, I respect that for that. There was a lot of sanction. That is the baggage that comes with the military system. Nobody say the military system bad like that.
Ovie, let me help you with that before it comes to my turn. Now, this is your time.
When you be patient now, when it's your after me, you go talk. Be patient. Use your time. That's the problem right there. No. I know what I'm talking about. Let me learn. When it is your turn, you use them. Don't use my time. I beg. Yeah, I beg.
Okay, the only thing I question in what you're saying is Obasanjo wasn't responsible for the dumping of the 63 or 60 constitution. You can say that he was responsible for the coming in of the 79 constitution, but he wasn't responsible personally. If you said the military, yeah, okay, but not Obasanjo.
Now, again, I like the fact that you say, hold on.
He's been going on.
Like, like why?
Go ahead.
What fun? Now you can say all of them actually take turn. Him, even the Yaradua himself. Then all of them take turn. If people die in that team. Now him, because all these things, when you get access to declassify information from CIA, then when you read their communication, you could put one thing together. You understand what I'm talking about? There's a two. They brought 2 points. They do 20 points into the constitution. What are the 20 points? Why is nobody talking about it? So I am not saying Brian only him, but he's the henchman because now he carry the baton at the end of the day. Now they give the presidency, right? When I say give the credit when he was leaving that they hand over to civilian, he got the credit. So if he's getting the credit, you get everything that comes with it. The same thing if he's getting the credit of the Western taking their knee off our neck because of the military and start bringing in investment, pouring everything, and bringing in their agents too to come and supervise those agencies and sell up our own national asset. If that is progress, I please somebody should educate me more. So he's missing so much. But now that when I can't listen to the last part where you play video that he's a politician, a conservative House of Rep, now everything makes sense to me. He's good at this. He's good at what he's doing, the way they talk, but most of them know how to.
Thank you, Ovie. Now, Pansat.
Yeah, thank you very much. Unless this place is cleaned up and people like Ovie are brought in place here, I'm gonna stop coming on this platform. I'm very serious.
Stop coming.
Now, KJ, I'm happy you invested money in your uniform because that's gonna save us some money when we finally. It's the guest was brilliant. It's a brilliant guest, right? But you wouldn't expect anything less from our intellectuals because they actually went to school and got 3 degrees. People from the southeast. See, that's one thing. One thing we benefit from the marginalization we have in Nigeria, especially after the war. All these Yorubas and Hausas. In competing with the Igbos, they start passing certificates to one another to have more certificates than we do. But we have to suffer by going to school. It was like an army going to school in Nigeria. So we have the real certificates, and you could tell when we have guests here who have similar certificates from all the rest of the country. Our people actually know the stuff. You'd be marveling at them reeling it off, statistics. Whatever it is, they know it. They know this. They know the actual stuff, right? Not just the certificate. But having said that, now the gentleman and I, we do disagree on very, very fundamental issues. If we have a seat at home that's depriving these governors of money, that's exactly what we want. Seat at home is meant to do exactly that. And for him to come and prescribe that we in the Southeast should be populated by angels before we have a break in the country. That all, according to him, the returning officer, everybody there should be angels, and then they're gonna let us in. Well, that's unacceptable. If everybody's angels, then we should be angels. You cannot make demand on us to be super Nigerians. So he's wrong about that. Now, we also, he agrees there's an intersection where Islamic tradition and then what they call Western tradition, which is everybody else. It's actually secular. There's a clash. And what they've been doing for 60 years now or more is going to the point of provocation to say, we did it, what are you going to do? You understand? That's a big difference. When somebody knows, for example, somebody was talking about, even him was talking about doing the right thing at the prison level. These Northern Muslims don't give a damn. When it comes down to that Supreme Court, the court can overturn it. No matter what you did here. It's getting to the point that people went and got PVC voted, right? We're waiting for the results. This Mahmoud, who is actually a terrorist, I've made my case. Go and look at his background. What was he doing before he was appointed? He's a professor of guerrilla warfare. See, in politics, as Rudolph, if you think I'm wrong, interject me when I say this. Politics is war by another means. That's the definition of politics. War by another means. So we have somebody shut off a beaver machine, right? And release the results in the adjunct other elections like the Senate and the House and everything, but then held down the presidential election and then declared the result by force. And we're supposed to just take that? No, I'm trying to educate you, everybody who's listening to me. We're not done with that. That turning off that beavers and rigging that election is not over. It's just that it's going to take a while for all these the lazy youths we have here, our people, right, who think that they're going to just hand you over power. Nobody's going to hand you over power. You're going to have to go there and take that power back from them because we can. Don't reason like minorities like Ovie here because he cannot do anything. But we can. So you could stay and you bring intellectuals and you see me agree with them generally, like the guy here, brilliant, right? But he gets one thing wrong. We're not going to be angels while we're dealing with devils. We cannot do that. So what I'm saying is that, yes, if you are, any number 70 over 0 is infinite. But if you multiply that 70 by 0, then it's 0 again. If we have brilliant people in that south, coming from that southeast, or in the southeast, or in the north, as long as we have people who are undemocratic by the tenets of their religion, they're being deceptive, right? That's one thing I could knock them for that, right? They're liars, they're deceptive, they don't like democracy, but they don't want to admit it. So they're using deceitfulness, equivocation, fraudulence, right? Sophism to do what they're doing. At some point, they're saying, if you catch us, they will go to war. So now, let me end by saying this. All the prescriptions that the August guest we had here has, right, are things that are impossible. Those people are not going to agree to those things. If you see, when I go back to that constitution is talking about, these Northerners are not going to agree to that, right? And then to answer Ovie's question, finally, because it's such an irrelevant thing that if you cut me now, then it's okay. But the answer is this, Ovie. For Obasanjo to go from military into democracy is the big deal. That's what you have to judge at that point. Not a perfect document. Not a
sacrifice.
Pardon?
At what expense? At what expense?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that going from a military dictatorship, just like right now, we want to change the constitution. Anybody who could bring that about, you have to judge that person by the act itself, that he was able to make that constitution come to play. It may not be perfect document, that you could make amendments. For military to hand over power to a civilian, you young people don't know what a big deal it was, because by the time one person is done, even if it's agreeing to it, then there'll be a coup to remove that person. So going from military dictatorship to what we have now, a quasi-democracy, as shambolic as it is the achievement. So when you be guarded in what you're saying, all right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pansa. Let me just point out that, I saw a comment that actually touched me on the comment section. I think I forgot who wrote it, but it was something about why do we indulge Pansat? So we don't. If you notice what happened today, I actually wanted to cut him off, but the guest who, probably doesn't know Pansat and the antics thought that Pansat is an elderly man. Which
Rudolph, sorry for cutting you short. That's exactly how our leader make excuses. We don't know that. Now, our brother. That's who we are.
Okay, hold on. So he didn't know, and I was trying to use my judgment to say Pansat should stop, but he wanted to hear more, and I respect the guests, whoever comes here, to give us 3 hours. If they want to hear, hold on, Pansat, don't speak yet. If they want to hear,
the epitome of decorum. It should be the standard here. We should all be looking up to him here. Anything short than that, no excuse.
If our guests should say, I want to keep hearing from Ovie, I can't stop them, So I noticed that he wanted to hear more from Pansat, so I allowed him. But again, for Pansat, my question for you is, as someone who I take it by now, I think most people watching you and listening to you know your talking points. And for them, they think, this is Pansat being Pansat. I don't think there's need for me to put disclaimer anymore that what Pansat is talking about, that this platform does not support war with anybody or even taking over, not even war, because Pansat doesn't present it as if it's going to be a war. It tells that he will just move in and take over the territories. So I think his comic is more like comic relief. I don't think Pansat is serious, or if he's serious, well, he could see that people from different parts of corners of the world are not buying that. Of course, it's not something anybody should actually be throwing out there. So that's how I take it. But for those whom I want to know,
You are literally saying the platform is not serious. That's what you are saying.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish now. So if for any reason a guest is here and the guest wants to hear from any of the panelists, and it happens several times, sometimes I think I want to stop somebody. They said, oh no, we want to hear. I can't say no to that. All right, let's hear from Ike. Ike, go ahead.
I thought you wanted me to...
No.
You say something, you don't...
No, not straight, because that would mean that you speak for another 5 minutes, and we don't have that kind of time. Ike, go ahead.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday to every one of us. I was walking, but I was listening to the gentleman you invited, and I was impressed with all his opinion in every matter you asked him. I think it was, very fulfilling for me to hear a lot of things from him this morning. So I think we are heading to somewhere. We have a lot of people that knows much about what is going on in Nigeria that can be able to give us so many things that we don't know. Somebody like me, there are so many history he packed here. When I was listening, I didn't know. So I think it was a very good outing today with the young man. And, I was impressed. The only thing I want to appeal to my brother Pansat is it's not. We know that there are so many things that is actually wrong in Nigeria, more especially in the southeast. But I know sometimes when you say, you might not mean it. But I just want to appeal to you every time war. We're gonna go. We are fighting already a war in so many fronts, right? And sometimes you are trying to tell the people you want to fight what your plans and program is. We can be smart. It's not every time we talk about going to war with anybody. we are not. We have been fighting war. Even in our family, we fight war every day. So I just want to advise. I mean, like Obasanjo said, you can advise me, but I choose what I want to do, right? If it's okay by you, I want you to sometimes forget about the language of war. We know where everybody stands, right? But there are times it doesn't change you, it doesn't change what you believe, it doesn't change the fact that we know that there is war going on in so many fronts in Nigeria, in our country, and more especially in the southeast, right? So that, like Rudolph was trying to say, that you don't mean when you say war, but it's not only him that understood or understand that you don't mean it. But we have a lot of people here who misconstrue that sentence every time when you talk about war. So that's my candid opinion to you. I'm not telling you have to agree with me, but if it is possible, sometimes you can wrap it up in your file, and use other languages to also still make your point known to the way you feel. This is what I just think for now. Yeah, God bless you.
All right.
I know you're gonna want me to respond. I mean, it's Western journalistic prudence, right? When somebody says something to you, then you respond.
No, we have to round up we're past the time already. Okay, respond 2 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. Again, Mr. Ike Alamefule is somebody I respect, and he has this manner of speaking which people do back home, which is to try to invoke wisdom. It's almost like you're speaking to one of our ancestors, trying to give you advice. But I will politely decline. I'm not gonna do what you're saying or what Rudolph is saying. And it's not a joke here. We'll have guests come here, scholastic, pedagogical, studious, philosophical, intellectuals. I think that's one we use all the time. It's theoretical stuff. But I'm upset. I'm incensed. A lot of my people were killed here with Britain in tow. That's who we're fighting, Britain. And these are northern Muslims with the Yorubas. They killed a lot of our people. And for 6 decades, we made progress. We came back from the wars, no victor, no vanquished, and we went back as brothers and started going all over, north, south, east, and west. But now we know that they're just playing. They're playing with us and wasting our time. I'm saying, if these intellectuals, they want to look at it, I'm saying that the war, we were fighting Britain and all that. It was an alliance war, using northern Muslims to fight us. And I know they're serious. They've been doing the same thing over provocation upon provocation. They capture, like in Nnamdi, most people in the past, even Obasanjo, they went to jail politically. You put somebody in jail after the administration, you release them and you move on, right? Except when it comes to us now. Most leaders, they come from jail and they become president and all that. It's politics. But ours, they capture our people and they leave them there, and provocation upon provocation, very short periods of time. We'll do an election, you shut it off in front of everybody. We spend the money to do it, and we keep wasting our time. Now, I'm saying, even starting the last war, if we went toe-to-toe with all these irritants from the north and the southwest, the bad ones, we'll defeat them in no time. We will. So if we're doing survival of the fittest, why are you shying away and talking nonsense about it? I'm saying it, but they're doing it. And they haven't even done anything yet. I'm saying what they're doing, and you're telling me don't say what they're doing. Is it fair to come in front of our people, our Ndibo, our elders go and they say, hey, look, release this man, release him, do this, and they won't listen. Our jurists go to the Supreme Court and they say, look, this election, here's the evidence. They toss it out. They humiliate our legal luminaries. So now it's gotten to where some other people from other tribes, like Yorubas, like Dele Farutumi, he will say something that is the truth. Just because he says, okay, we're going to go, we may want to sit at home. For that, he's gone. If Showore goes and meets with Nnaemeka, Showore could do anything in the past. He doesn't really, he's not Igbo-nized. But once he goes and meets with Nnaemeka, he's Igbo-nized. They're going to beat him up in front of the courtrooms and try to shoot him. If it's Nnaemeka, if it's Dele Farutumi, you're going to see the nexus. Is that the hatred for the Igbo and the disrespect. So, Ike, I'm sorry. You have to go and do exactly what KJ is beginning to do. Go get your uniform. Go and train to the nearest range. We are going back. No matter, as far as I'm concerned, if they don't want it, then they should stop. It's not about the talking, it's what they're doing. Turn that beavers back on, releasing Nnaemeka and other political prisoners. And then we could be in a setting that we could talk. But if you are doing things that are provocative, we're going back. And I'm going to defeat them. I'm telling you, they're not 10 foot tall. They don't make anything. They don't go to school. So if we could tackle Britain and let them know this time, they have the same features we have. Scotland wants to be free. Wales, Northern Ireland. So it's a little England coming and taking our resources, setting prices for our commodities, picking our leaders, right? So I'll end it right there. All I'm saying is, Ike, you should be able to join me and compel our people to get ready for battle because it's coming. We're dealing with recalcitrant ideologues who have no respect. Thank you.
All right. On that note, I want to thank everybody that joined us today. I appreciate all of you. I will be back next week, Saturday and Sunday, with different guests, and hopefully we'll find the best. And for those who are interested in reaching our guests today, please send an email to drdamages@gmail.com. I will forward it to him. Okay. Thank you again, all the people that supported us through Super Chat. AB, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Topeo, thank you. Alexander Gomez, thank you. Nigerian Patriot, Kulata, Igbo Basics, Alexander Gomez, Igbo Basics, and Igbo Basics. On behalf of everybody that joined us and helped us, those on the comment section, we appreciate all of you. KJ, thank you so much. Kenneth, thank you so much. Ike, thank you. And Pansat, thank you. I appreciate all of you and those who were here earlier on. Thank you all. I will see you next week.
Thank you, sir.
The British police.
I do. But remember my experience with the police in Nigeria was very negative. And coming to the UK, my first experience with the police was very positive. The police in Nigeria would rob us. So when people say, "Oh, I had this bad experience with the police because I'm black and they're white," I was like, "Well, I remember the police stole my brother's shoes and his watch."
His shoes?
Yeah, they took his shoes and his watch. It's a very poor country, so people do all sorts of things, and giving people a gun is just a license to intimidate. But that's not the bar we should use for British police. Obviously, it should be much higher. But my experience was so positive. When I was burgled, for example, the police were there, very helpful. They eventually caught the person. This is 2004, so 20 years ago. The police did catch criminals, and now we've given them too much to do, in my view. So the police are the first line of defense for everything, and I think that burden makes it a lot harder for them to actually do the basics, and that's another thing that we need to look at.
Let's talk about some of the social